We are live.
Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals night here at Glenview Club. We are bringing you a match in action that is just getting started. It is 1-2. Brett and Charlie have 1 game. Connor and Vuk have 2. So this is a Series 2 match tonight that got started nice and quick as we worked through some internet tangles to go live this evening. But we're all set and ready to go. This is going to be some premier paddle here on the North Shore as everybody gets all fired up. I think the best thing about tonight is the atmosphere here at Glenview.
Yes.
Where everybody is just going to be bumping for the entire evening. We might be streaming until midnight.
I don't think there's any question. By the way, speaking of atmosphere, we are actually outdoors right now, Coach.
I know, we're in the tent.
We decided to go Eskimo today, and so that's how we're rolling.
All right, thanks, guys.
These guys were so hyped up to get out there. They started without us.
As well, they should have. We're trying to fit in a lot of matches tonight. We're obviously going to bring you as much as possible.
Yes, yes. So Brett and Charlie.
Charlie over
lagging
there on the in the red sleeves, and Brett in the white backwards hat, and then here closest to the camera is Vuk, and then Connor in the blue over there on that far side.
Ooh, nice lob. Not an easy shot, by the way. Getting into your body like that. You usually pay extra for that, Cotton.
This is Glenbrook Racket Club and Winnetka, by the way,
Really?
the Series 2 final. Yeah, this is Court 3 in the lineup, so it'll be Court 3 is playing first. They're split courts tonight because they fit in as many matches at Glenview as possible, and then Court 1 will follow immediately here on the live stream. So
that's how they roll.
Seriously, we could easily bring you 5.5 hours of paddle.
That's right. We're like packing sardines, baby.
It's all good.
I just use that because it just feels like a fish market in here. But anyway.
It's the propane.
It's got to be. If there's a heater behind us that's kind of going on and off, and it smells a lot like gas. So if we start getting real loopy, I just need everybody.
Even more than usual.
Everybody needs to be aware that there's a chance that
more loop than usual.
Little low on oxygen.
You betcha.
Here.
Well, but we have the space heater going to burn off the excess propane.
Yeah,
so
that should be fine. Plus, I've been lighting matches every 5 minutes just because if we're going to explode, I want to get it over with now. What a great
You got to be kidding.
Stretch there from Connor.
Yeah, I mean, Connor's, that's some great technique because it's not easy to hit a controlled tomahawk.
No, it is. I agree with you. It is difficult for sure.
So that's some style right there.
Yeah.
Got a sense of style.
Brett and Charlie here from the Winnetka team. And then here closest to us, Connor and Vuk from the Glenbrook Racket Club team. And this feels like a lot of young guns on the court, Sean. It's starting to get a little uncomfortable
as
I age. I
yeah.
don't like seeing someone that isn't, within 5 to 7 years of my own age on the court.
Imagine how I feel.
Playing on Court 3 in the in the finals. So
if I had $5 every time I was called Pappy today. I'm not. That was a great trap.
Yeah.
You know what?
Good pick.
Yeah. It's
Luke
funny.
was right there too.
He was. You know what? I think maybe he thinks it was it's like a little warmer than it is because I don't think that came off the back screen the way it normally would if it was warmer.
Well, Connor
wow.
is playing summer paddle at this point. I mean, he's in full shorts and a t-shirt. So
what a stud.
I understand.
There's another thing.
He just runs hot. That's just his baseline.
Absolutely. Well, 30-15.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of super conservative shots in this particular paddle match. I think all 4 of these guys are going to go after their swings when they get the opportunity.
Sure
I
looks
think their
that way.
games are, essentially built on shot making, and they're just going to play, they're going to take the shots when they get them. Maybe if there's a tiebreaker or a tight set, you might see some different strategies, but this is
wow, that was a big drive.
That was a huge shot.
Big. Nice.
So a little break point opportunity here for Brett and Charlie.
No way. Wow. I was going to say no way that it is that deliberate, but when I hit it, it's not deliberate. And
It can be
they
deliberate.
can't. Nothing I've ever
All
done
right,
has
so
been
the
deliberate.
break, and as we know, it's not a break until you hold, but
Until you hold, everybody. We should have like a little musical cue for that. Like
we probably should put that in the soundboard in some capacity. I agree with you.
I'll handle it.
I think it's a good idea if we were to,
Sean and I could co-write something.
even if it was just a quick jingle, you know, that we could press the button on.
Presumably played on a PRS 513.
What do you,
Presumably, I'm not saying for certain.
you're not going to use any acoustic instruments for that one, Cal. We're just
Well,
going to go
a PRS 513 is
synth.
electric.
I know we're going to go.
Oh,
synth
you're
for
calling
synth.
that acoustic?
It's
Yeah, no,
acoustic.
it's a different
That's
generation.
All right. So
2 serving 3 here.
Yes.
Charlie serving.
and
Winnetka is going to go to work at the net.
yes, and Charlie and Brett, they look familiar. I mean, I'm actually on staff at Winnetka. It's funny they never call me though. They're just kind of like, yeah, Sean, that's okay. We're any hours?
Well,
No,
we've
it's
had
all right, Sean.
Vuk on the stream before.
Yeah.
He was playing at Knollwood.
That's true. We have.
That's
yep.
true.
And I
We
know we've bumped into Connor a bunch of times.
Yes.
Also,
Little-
I don't know if he's been on
little
the stream, but
Out on that one. I don't think so either, Coach. I know Vuk has, however. All right, 15 love. It's a good looking serve
that's a
motion from
great
Charlie.
dodge
Wow.
right there from Brett to just make sure that his face doesn't
Doesn't get
play
in
a
the way.
volley.
Yeah.
Don't volley with your face. Pro tip of the day.
I want to see the video for that.
Well, Sean and I got to watch someone in warm-up volley with their face.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it was inadvertent. Mr. Durant was warming up, and he kind of a warm-up match, and he just had to flick a ball a little bit harder than I think his partner or his
He
opponent.
would.
Yeah.
Probably did it on purpose
Yeah,
too.
God,
Try to
biggest-
intimidate for
yeah,
tournament
yeah,
weekend.
God. Like he needs to.
Jeez.
Yeah. Good first volley.
Yeah.
Who says you can't hit a forehand volley out there?
Sweet dig. That is a good opportunity there, though.
Yes.
Like, that is a
He
shot
set it
that
up.
Vuk likes, so it's not a bad
For a
pull.
low percentage.
Just bummed that he put it in the net instead of making somebody volley.
Yeah. It's like you just understand the thinking, which is another thing I'm not real good at. I was text-to-speeching to my wife, and I think I left the mic on.
Oh,
and
this is going to go
And
well.
it looked like
Nice
something.
dig there by
it,
Connor.
it looked like something from Star Trek. Like I was speaking Vulcan.
Just a bunch of
Mystic
chaos. Yeah. Yeah.
Like I was
Yeah, no,
insulting
that
her.
happens.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just to me, though. Good roller.
I thought it was going to be much worse. Like it recorded something that you said that you were like whisper yelling and you
I will
thought that the
never-
conversation was over.
Ooh,
That's a huge drive.
great position.
Almost too hard.
Super.
Wow.
You know what?
Great move from Charlie to
You know
let that
what?
go through. He only took one step backwards.
No, exactly. He was perfectly positioned for that.
It's a good shot.
All right, 33, Patrick Ewing. I don't know. I'm just the first guy. Kenny
Is it?
King? I don't know. I don't know. All right. Yeah, again, a 4 shot makers tonight. It's a bonanza again. Bonanza.
Gosh, what
Yeah.
a great show. Continuing to just work Brett in that corner, and he was able to hit a good enough lob to get off
Nice
the hook.
reset.
Gosh, I'm proud of him.
Look at that. Okay, well, maybe that wasn't quite as good as the last one, but that's not the point. It's the thought, Coach. Anyway.
It really is the thought. Yeah, I agree with it. That's the first really hard
Yes,
roller that we've
yes,
seen.
Yeah.
Just trying to get
Oh,
him
it's
way out of
great
position.
shot.
What a perfect volley
Yeah.
to come up with.
And again, no
On
need
that
to
ball.
rip it. Don't rip it. You're better off just making it die in the corner. Kind of like I do, or used to anyway, at the dances in high school. I
Dying in the corner.
Just, just pretty much.
I think REM wrote a song about that.
Is that right? They didn't co-write it, Cal?
Do you have a producer credit?
By the way, is it Cal? Or are you short for Calvin? Is that what it is?
No, it's just Cal.
All right.
Wow, cool.
Sit.
It is just long.
I love
Great screen drive with
was.
Brett coming out of the corner like that. Really
serious pace on that thing. And you know what? That was like almost a chicken wing lob volley, which I haven't seen pretty much ever.
You mean, oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a great return, too. These guys are in late season form for sure.
Yeah, everybody has played
teamwork.
probably too much paddle at this point.
Yeah. As if there is such a thing.
The benefit of young legs that you still feel, at this point in the season, like it's not that big a deal.
Nice.
Good touch.
That last one was.
There's something interesting about seeing the development between the ad and the deuce players, as obviously these guys on their teams sort of have a comfort zone. And it's fascinating to see how so many of the deuce players kind of develop off-speed touch shots in a variety of ways. And there's something about from the ad side where that's just like a little tougher to get away with, sort of.
I agree.
And so you tend to see ad players, really blast the ball when they get the opportunity.
A little more offensive,
and then deuce players kind of probing shots.
Well, don't you think when you see two players on a team, say early in the season, coach, and they're asking you, hey, who should play together? Don't you kind of look for that type of chemistry on a regular basis?
Yeah, I certainly do. And if people really don't have a preference as to who, what a dig. If people really don't have a preference as to who plays what side, which I think most players at this point have to be, pretty comparable on both sides within, 5 percentage points of, of the type of player they are. Because you're going to have so many situations where you have to switch and move. But with that said, I think you are kind of looking for that yin and yang, that fire and ice.
Yep.
If one person can absolutely nuke a ball, then it does help you out a little bit with, the other player to be able to kind of hit, change the speed is one of your best weapons.
And I think it's fair to say that in recent years, the backhand drive has become more prevalent.
Yeah.
Because, most of the time, at least, old school paddlesmen, you don't really necessarily drive the backhand.
For sure.
Just set up a forehand drive. But these days, somebody playing the ad side, so many two-handers working. So if the ball sits up, you see certain drives that are almost automatic.
Yeah, and for so many of them, they're just, continuing to get better. That one just goes a little bit wide there and is going to give Connor and Vuk a point to take it to 30 all.
I am still in awe of Connor just wearing a shirt and shorts. That's just,
in his defense, I did make him warm up for about 25 minutes. So
fair enough, but you're gonna have to I got to drink a keg of beer or something to get that. There's no way.
Well, you're quite the drinker, Sean.
you're gonna struggle with that one, Sean.
Okay, it's a very small keg.
A micro keg. Ooh, right off the camera. Beautiful. Good shot. We'll clip that one for the archive.
Yeah.
No, we don't have an archive yet.
Oh yeah, just press F1. By the way, forgot to tell you that.
We just got to make sure Vuk signs the waiver. We don't get sued again. Yes, Mr. Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Better call Saul.
All right. A point to hold here.
Well, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about from Charlie there, that little like off-speed flick.
Yep.
Or it's just, it's just sort of an opportunity to make somebody hit a volley from a little bit off the net.
Exactly.
This might be my first paddle-to-paddle reference, but a la Brad Smith.
Not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good there.
Yep.
It's pretty good. By the way, I just want to mention on that last volley that Vuk missed, there is a curse sometimes. If your footwork is outstanding on the tennis court, you actually stepping into your volley.
It can paddle, yeah.
It can. You got to really, really watch it. You're better off not actually stepping much. That was a super location. And that one, tough shot. I think the ball kind of came off, scored it a little weird out of the neck there. Another point to hold for Connor. What a shot. You got to be kidding.
That is, I like the move from the net, too, to mix it up a little bit. But
we had a front row seat for that one, too.
But I don't think that Brett was concerned. He didn't seem concerned.
All right, so we're back to deuce here. A little wing stop backhand for Connor. Would you like some sauce with that?
You know what's interesting as well that is kind of worth noting is that you will see Charlie kind of intentionally hit this lower trajectory lob. Like
Yeah,
he's not putting it
yeah.
super high.
Exactly.
But what he's trying to do is set it up so that when the ball comes back, like it doesn't have as much arc. It doesn't.
Exactly.
That's a tough ball that skidded right into him.
Which is a little antithetical, to use a word that I don't even know the meaning of. A little antithetical to what we sometimes teach when we are on occasion out on the court with, hey, get your lobs a little higher, get your lobs a little deeper.
Well, it's interesting because it's about building what what types of shots you're looking for. So like, there's not going to be any shortage of screen drives in like the style that everybody is playing with tonight.
Right.
And so if you love to hit your screen drive, it's actually kind of a benefit to hit your lob. No, I'm not saying short. I'm just saying with a little lower trajectory.
It does make sense.
So that it kind of forces somebody to maybe lean off the net, or they have to make a quicker decision. Or when the ball does come back, it stays more level in and out of the screens instead of having so much kind of that down-up motion to it.
No doubt. And half the time, you also might catch a few people out of position because if there's a swing going on, there's a lot of shifting, and you get a little bit. What a shot. He's there, though. Yeah, almost hit that drive too hard.
That is a sneaky little move to take the net there. Holding his position.
Yeah.
Like a gymnast.
Yeah, the iron cross. Like Cal's. Still holding.
It's another solid return. Charlie and Brett have really found their groove on the return. They're taking the net a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, it's not like Connor and Vuk are bothered too much by that. They're fine bailing out and taking the ball off the screen. And now they've taken the net right back.
Yes.
So it's just about thinking one shot ahead. Or in this case, 3 to 4 shots ahead.
Also, it's funny. You can tell a skilled tennis player out there. Not that these guys would, are anything but that. But there's a lot of one-timers. Like, I'm not saying that Charlie won't let it go to the screen, or Vuk, or Brett, or Connor won't let it go to the screen. But sometimes you see a lot of real skilled tennis players taking the ball off the deck, taking it one time, which is, if you can pull it off, it's awesome. It's just difficult. Yeah. It's just difficult to keep the ball down sometimes, or keep your partner in position because the ball's coming back so fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
but you're right that a lot of that is also about controlling pace, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like if you're trying to slow everything down, then you let every ball go to the screen to create as much time as possible. And if you're trying to speed things up or create a little bit more action, then you take a lot more balls off the deck.
Yeah. Balls Off the Deck was my, no, I better not say that. I was going to say it was my college band name. Sorry, that's terrible. Yeah.
It's a good little.
But we were sponsored by Viking back then, by the way.
Touch shot. We're still sponsored by Viking.
Well, yeah, I just can't get away. Yes.
Nice. That is kind of that perfect speed, right? That ball's barely sneaking over the net.
Yep.
It's so much tougher, when the deuce guy hits it with a cross-court angle because you're trying to decide if it's a forehand, backhand volley.
You're right, Coach. Yeah. Even when you're on the net, like literally up on the net, that's a tough shot.
Yeah. And that last one wasn't like, Charlie wasn't like in a bad position.
No,
he just got a little handcuffed by having to make a decision on how to actually hit the shot.
Well, you know what? Like I said, these guys are skilled. Connor just had some really superb touch. All right, 30-15. 2 points away from pulling even here in the first set of
nice.
Lovely.
Yep, there it is again. There's that little kind of off-speed shovel shot.
Just in case you missed it, here it is again. There's a replay.
And then he steps forward in the court to create the threat of the blitz as well. And so then it puts more pressure on the volley because you're like, oh, he's coming in behind it. I better hit this perfect shot. And like Brett there clipped the tape.
Oh, look at that. I also like Brett's wide serve that isn't like pace laden.
Right.
Like he'll kind of caress it into the corner. That actually is probably more what a shot. Look at this.
Smart.
It stayed down, but he handled it.
It was a good transition there by Vuk.
Anyway, the wide serve with just a little less pace. Whoa,
little
good
deep.
leave, good leave.
Nice shot.
All right.
Such a devastating overhead as well to hit that, kind of a little bit of a slash right at the deuce player because it creates an angle that's just tough to read. He got it.
I'm not sure it's 5-3 there, Cal.
He got it.
4-4.
You sure? Okay. Because I thought Vuk and Connor won that last
They
game.
just won the. Okay.
I thought they did. Didn't you think that, Coach? The last lob was long.
I thought so, but I
Okay.
could be mistaken.
No.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, you guys are probably right.
I'll tell you what, that serve was kicking like a mule. .30 low.
Fist bump.
I still miss the Gromcom lights, guys. I don't know. It's not the same. All right. I'm not saying I want to break up. I'm just saying. Shot. Good D. Wow. You know what? I thought he was going to lob that ball, but. Oh.
We're irritated by that one. Clearly just already had mentally hit the shot,
Yeah.
in his head he had already hit it and was moving on.
He also set up to go Australian inadvertently where he wasn't really going to do that. He just forgot which side he was serving on.
So this could be
I
a
do
set
that all
point
the time.
then.
That does
Deep
look
on
that
the
way.
serve
Yes,
there.
it does appear that way. And the crowd are loving it in the.
That last serve was long, so I think it's 30 all. I don't think Connor and Vuk got that last
sounds
point.
right. Look at what he get.
Nice, good dodge.
Okay,
Oh, that's
okay,
fancy.
Very. Craziness. All right, we are seeing a little bit of. By the way, I was making
What
fun
a
of it. What a
shot.
shot! Sit down.
Good
Yes.
dig.
We are seeing a little bit of a gallery back there, actually.
Yeah, well, there's going to start to be. I mean, this is going to get packed this evening with, both this being the league finals. I mean, it's always busy on league finals, but also with nationals coming up, there's just a lot more people around.
Oh yeah.
The nationals event starting on Thursday, by the way, on the
Good hands. That was impressive.
APTA network.
Yeah, Charlie's hands were just lightning on that last one. Stop it, Cal. I don't know. I don't know what that look was for. Anyway. Wow.
Red.
All right.
So
Deuce.
deuce game here.
Good dig. Sit. It's in there.
Smart play there. The other thing you'll see a lot of with all four of these players is if they have to hit an overhead from kind of off balance, out of position, they'll just float back to the baseline and they'll let their partner,
Stay.
kind of sweep around the net and do whatever they can do. But better to sort of let a ball
that's a great
go
blitz.
through.
That's just a great
Nice
blitz.
try.
And let's not forget Brett's return, which was a laser beam. That was an awesome play. Nice little 1-2 punch there. Back to Deuce.
Serve's really moving off the back screen.
Another good looking
Solid
back.
drive.
I tell you what, that thing
right
comes
there
off
from
the
Brett.
paddle with some pace on it, man.
Yeah.
Off of Brett's paddle. That's impressive as well.
I also think that with all four of these guys hitting the ball, relatively hard at the moment, that when they get the chance to pull the trigger, it's sort of in that, it's in a really good position for them. It's a lot of balls at the peak of the bounce
what a
and
shot.
really high in the strike zone, which allows you to go after it a little bit more. So it's always good to see.
Nice.
That's
That handled the nick. I thought that was going to be tougher.
Ooh,
Great shot.
wow.
Well, you know what? He kind of got robbed on the first one. I don't mean to say that there's a paddle god up there. And saying, well,
but I'm with Brett on that one. With a ball that has that much spin on it, you're expecting it to kind of bite and kick to the side screen. And when it went right into the corner, he was just as surprised, I assume. Good shot, good shift.
Again, I want to make sure we mention this. Just look how calm
shift.
These guys are.
There's another just a great kind of long hold off speed kind of shot there from
Yeah.
Connor. It just drops so quickly.
Earning
you know?
them a set point, by the way.
First set point. Cool as a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce.
Good volley, great.
It's almost like he's reading these things, but he's not. That's impressive. See? Look at, oh,
Yeah, they made Vuk shift around at the net an awful lot with that kind of lob drive combo.
yeah. Brett's starting to heat up a little bit on the drive. I don't think he's missed one. I don't mean to jinx him.
Well, he will now. Just watch this
Yeah,
point. Since we said it out loud, here
right.
comes an unfortunate error from Brett.
It's the only power I have, Coach. Just jinxing people. I'm like
Just
glass.
make sure
What is
you
that,
don't
like
use your powers for evil, Sean.
It's like I'm like a Samuel L. Jackson, I'm like glass. I'm
the
just,
Sith.
it's terrible.
Nice.
I would have left that one, but you know what? He probably would have gone in. My luck. Chad. Man, he's just radar on the nick. It's incredible. And he goes the other way.
Going
Just
after it.
He's putting on a clinic here, Coach.
The clinician.
And you know what?
Good patience to let that go to the
Super
screen.
D,
Ooh,
though.
tough.
You know what? Just
Wow.
some super D from Charlie and Brett. Really.
Yep.
I mean, I think Vuk was doing everything he possibly could. And he got a seamer out of it. He got a couple of nicks out of it, and still, quasi nicks anyway.
Yeah, and you're also starting to see Charlie and Brett kind of, their lobs are starting to kind of move a little more to some edges of the court,
Yes.
right? They're not necessarily
Down
just
the middle all
hitting,
day.
just hitting balls, at the tee in survival mode. When they have a chance to breathe, they're starting to kind of stretch Vuk and Connor out a little bit.
Well,
Hey, let's play another deuce. What do you say?
Fighting, yeah. Let's say.
Good return.
Oh,
great
yes.
hands!
Oh,
Oh, man.
unbelievable.
Connor comes up with a couple of big volleys there, holding his ground.
Wouldn't necessarily advise that for everybody.
He's no coward.
But that's what it is. Isn't
Well,
it?
I think the
And
benefit
it
there
works.
is, wow. Okay, so looks like that's going to be first set there from these guys, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick break and talk to our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
You betcha.
From the heart of Chicago up to the North Shore and stretching from the northwest suburbs down to Kankakee. From urgent in-office care to virtual in-home visits, we're making orthopedic care available wherever and however you need it. Because while we're adapting our lives to keep each other safe, we know that new injuries will happen and old injuries will still linger. And IBJI is here.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is the best choice for orthopedic care. Our walk-in ortho access clinics provide treatment by orthopedic specialists without a trip to the ER. With evening and weekend hours, we provide your family with excellent care when it matters most. Visit ibji.com to find an ortho access immediate care clinic near you.
We may as well use that track. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
going to play by itself.
It's going to play by itself anyway.
All right,
It's
if
like
you're
Ghost in
just
the
joining
Machine.
us here, we are just getting ready for the second set. This is Court 3, Series 2 Finals between Glenbrook Racket Club and Winnetka.
GP.
Over on the far side of the court is Vuk and Connor from Glenbrook Racket Club. Vuk is over there in the black, and then Connor is in the deuce side in the blue, and then over here closest to the camera is Brett, and then on the deuce side is Charlie. And all these guys have put on a show thus far, an awfully close first set, 6-3.
It's like going to Six Flags, man. These guys are like, I got to stand in line and see if I can get on the ride here. Yeah, but really, really impressive. I keep using that word, but there's no other really word for it. Some synonyms, I suppose. I could go get my thesaurus out of the car.
I love thesaurus.com. I think it adds 15 IQ points to every email I send.
I prefer to carry around an almanac. Never know when you're going to need it.
Really important dates.
You're a farmer.
Okay, Biff. Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go.
That was me pressing the number 4 button.
Okay,
There's
all right,
only
go
3
ahead.
cameras. Yeah.
Well,
You
you know,
know-
if a camera fails at this point, we can always crawl under the deck and
You know what?
make something happen.
I'm going to crawl to the table if another thing happens.
It'll be fine.
I see. You know what? You know why you did that, Cal?
Why's
Because
that?
you made fun of the fact that button went crazy and you thought it was my fault.
What a volley from Vuk there.
Nice. Yeah,
It
that's
is.
true. That
It's
is
a karmic. It's a karmic thing.
Well, the difference is I'm not embarrassed about it. Between keeping score, watching, changing cameras, and commentating,
That's a nice shot.
Is that what you call that?
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
would
what
say
call
if
it.
there was a difference
really.
in that first set, it would have probably been that Glenbrook kind of controlled the net a little bit more. I think that maybe Vuk is doing a little bit more damage
I
with
think
his
you're right,
overheads.
Wait, what was that? Okay.
And it certainly seems like when they're in that net position that, you know, it's sort of maybe just led to a few more points
Yes.
from up there in that spot.
And I think to your point in the beginning of the match, they're aggressive up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as though they're hitting,
Yeah.
like soft resets on a. What this poor guy? I think he's just kind of, wow. All right, easy. You know what? Either
Charlie
there's
with
I
a
think he's-
little bit of trouble seeing the ball
I
there.
call. You know, what we call that point shaving.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
You're right. Since
he's-
this match is
right.
registered on FanDuel.
Right, FanDuel. He basically had a FanDuel bet that they were
yeah,
going to lose
he
the
was
first
like,
game.
hey,
But that
guess
was
what? First game of the second set.
Yeah.
It's also in racing. We call that weight reduction.
Really. Nice. Controlled weight
I
reduction.
thought that was the whole point of.
All right.
I say we like I've ever done anything related, but
Well,
yeah.
just knowing about it counts.
That's right.
yeah, basically means
You know,
I'm
being
there.
a fan of it, you know, being a
I'm on the
passionate
team.
fan,
Yeah.
thus then makes you a part of it, you know? Like pretty much any, you know, major league, NFL, you know, football fan.
Yeah, I mean, Sean is.
We're going to beat
yeah,
you this
exactly.
Sunday.
Yeah,
really? What
we-
are you going to do?
We're on
Did
the
you make
team.
the squad?
Well,
We are better than you.
By the way,
remember
Cal,
when we
if you-
stormed the Death Star? That was awesome.
it's unbelievable. What a shot. I tell you, Charlie's just making up for the serve game. He just feels, obligated to do that. But that was a huge forehand, by the way. But no, Cal. By the way, I would have ridden with that if you said you did that, and I would believe you. I would have believed you.
Well,
That's not an endorsement
you
because I'm
think
not the
that-
brightest guy, but I would have believed you.
well, yeah. I mean, racing drivers aren't usually above 5'10", so
Oh, is that right?
yeah, you got to be able to fit in the car.
That's a good point.
It's like fighter
No
pilots.
pun intended.
Fun
All
fact
right,
about fighter
30s.
pilots, actually, Sean. You know, you're not going to know this. Normally, people think that they have to be short. They don't have to be short. They just have to be like torso short. They can have long legs. So,
Actually, I did hear that.
well, yeah, I mean,
fascinating.
so, yeah. It's
All right.
fascinating.
I always thought the big one for pilots was eyesight.
Yes.
I thought that was
yes.
like
So
you were
we're-
required to have perfect vision, or you can't even
Yes.
be
considered.
considered for the
But
process.
By the
it's-
way, it is 1-1 all. They just sorry about that.
Oh
I'm just making sure.
no,
So-
that's
so-
good. Someone's paying attention.
Well,
Just too busy.
I
talking
would have
about it.
known, but I can't be a fighter pilot due to my terrible vision.
Yeah, same. It really is a travesty. But you've got the other skill set, and you got the radio voice.
that's right. Roger that.
Nice return.
We have clearance, Clarence.
So there was a story Tom Hanks told about Jim Lovell, the astronaut, took him up in a plane and said, "You want to know what it's like to be in space?" Mm-hmm. And he brown papered the cab, so there was
The
you couldn't
cockpit?
see anything.
Yeah.
The cockpit, you couldn't see anything, and then he just went up in the air. And they were fine.
Just flew
He said,
around for a
This is
while."
what it's like being in space. He goes, "Well, you can't see anything."
He's
So
like, exactly.
Hanks was panicking the entire time. That's pretty funny. Anyway, so, which is kind of the way I feel on the paddle court these days. I just, just take the paper off of me, so to speak. Yeah, paper or plastic,
What
I know,
a great
always
roller right
really
there.
nice
That thing
roller.
bit hard.
Nice. I mean, a perfect pace too. And I think Brett has proven that he can hit the ball a lot harder than that, but that was just real strategic there.
That roller to the deuce side in particular, it's better that you hit it like thin with less pace.
Yes.
You know, because if it can catch that side screen, it's going to drop really fast.
Yep. And then sometimes it'll pop up, and you give your opponent a nice kind of waist-high forehand drive off the screen. It's a good shot. Wow. Wow. It's a real compact backswing Vuk has on that forehand side. It's impressive.
I think I had the score wrong there. So I think now it's 40-30.
I think you're right. Man, they're just painting lines tonight, man. Edge of this and edge of that. Speed.
Oh, that's a...
Yeah, I know.
I totally understand where Vuk is at. Is like it sort of seems like a good idea because they're out of position, but any volley they make is a serious problem. As both of you are at three-quarters court recovering.
Again, you know what? That's one of the big difference between tennis and paddle. Normally, you can get away with approaching on a shot like that last one, but at paddle, the court's so small.
Yeah, it also has a lot to do with which direction you're already moving.
No, that's
like
a good point.
If you take a step forward, to three-quarters court to kind of present, a threat, and then you're prepared to move backwards, it's not that big a deal.
No.
It has more to do with if your momentum is already committed in some direction, then you don't have options.
It's a really good point, Coach. So we go on Australian here, and they still ended up being on defense.
Smart adjustment though. Because again, I would say that the difference maker in that first set is just sort of that Vuk and Connor just were able to take the net a little bit more and kind of control, do a little bit more damage from up there.
Yep. Doing a real good job of staying on somebody too, because you could swing the ball too much. Not that they can't get away with it.
Yeah, I think the big one here is that they've played together so much that they're sort of prepared for the swing.
Sure.
So if you and your partner are on the same page about what that strategy is, like I don't think Vuk was like unprepared for that ball to go to the deuce corner.
Not at all.
So then it just becomes about playing your role.
Just like a little bit of a swing, maybe.
Yeah, but that maybe is one that Connor needs to take just so that it's not quite such an aggressive.
That's right.
Move, but.
Well, Charlie and Brett take the lead with that. The other thing is, when they do swing the ball, Coach, I've noticed this, even when they do, most of the time, they're going to keep it down the middle third of the court, which makes it a lot easier in terms of shifting. If you go way from alley to alley, that's what makes it a little bit more difficult to cover. Not impossible, just difficult.
Yeah, it always helps if there's a little bit of a, kind of a transition shot there.
Yeah, we call that, spot number 2? I remember that. We would put the chalk out there.
Yeah, if you kind of work the middle between those players, that kind of reset spot.
Yeah.
Some pro referred to it as walking the dog, where it was kind of like, just take it off the leash and go crazy. There's sort of a guidance element to making that happen. I don't know. I don't have a dog, so I don't know what that's like.
All our pets were misbehaved.
I'm sure my fish require the same type of, attention to detail.
Good leave.
Yeah, maybe just a little late on that one off of Charlie's paddle.
He's got what John Irvin used to call an educated wrist. That's the second time in two days I've talked about John Irvin. What's wrong with me? But anyway,
he's probably watching the broadcast.
Yeah, he might. Yeah. Well, he would definitely be messaging in.
We don't take questions in this. This is not a call-in show.
You know what? He wouldn't ask him. He'd just answer him. I
say that, but we actually do a decent job interacting with chat. Speaking of which, I probably should pull it up just in case.
Just to see what's
happening.
If
there's anything going on that side.
Sean, do you want to do a quick call and response thing? I will say a scenario, and you tell me what you'd say after, okay?
Is this paddle related?
Yeah, it's paddle related.
All right, go ahead.
You have just performed 4 Mambos in a row. What do you say?
Okay, all right, Cal. First of all, I think that song is older than you.
Probably. You still haven't answered it, though. Do you not remember how it starts?
No, I do.
Oh, sweet. Looks like the South Barrington Hut and the Barrington Hills Country Club Hut is streaming the match
Oh,
So
really?
we're sorry for the delay tonight, but that's awesome that you guys are out there
Watching.
doing it. Then
The
somebody's
bear. Yeah.
then somebody's
Soma.
ripping on Kyle's euchre game, which is good. You know, that's an inside track. I enjoy that. And somebody tuning in from Puerto Rico, so that's pretty awesome.
Nice.
A watchers. And what series is this and what court? This is court number 3 of Series 2. So we're
yeah.
going to do 2
The
live
deuce.
matches tonight from the Series 2. And we're going to bring you updates as other courts
The
finish
double
so that
deuce,
you
I
know
guess.
where everybody is at in the, at this point, who's playing for the championship of Series 2
Super.
here in Chicago.
First volley.
Again, if
From
you're just
Connor.
joining us, this is Winnetka versus
Glenbrook.
Glenbrook
Oh, yeah.
Racket Club.
That's right.
Winnetka over here closest to us, that's
The Scorpions of Winnetka versus the Pythons.
Glenbrook
No.
halibut. And over there on the far side
You're
is
a
the
clever
team from
man.
Glenbrook. That's Vuk making contact with that overhead right there in black. And then Connor is right here in the blue T-shirt.
Yep.
With that
Oh.
rare miss from Connor as I jinxed him by doing the introduction. And then Brett right here in the Nike hat with Charlie on the opposite side playing deuce.
Chuck.
So
Chuck. I'm wearing white.
solid shot making.
What?
People
he did
tuning
that
in from
again.
Texas. That's right.
Awesome. Wow. Do they play platform in Texas?
I don't know if they play it, but they're fans of it. Because
Awesome.
why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But good roller. Not the kind of rollers you put in your hair, by the way. Some of you just get too drunk to realize that. But
The roller.
yeah. Oh, he's gonna.
Oh, that is such a good waterfall. That is
Yes.
not what Connor was looking for.
Yeah, kind of
Out
broke
of
his
that,
ankles
out
a
of
little
that
bit
deuce
there.
corner. Yeah, he took a step forward and it just
Try to
wasn't
take it one
quite.
time and then have to. That's kind of what I was mentioning before. If you get used to taking the ball off the deck on so many occasions, you can get caught that way. But that was just a great waterfall anyway.
Totally agreed.
Oh, I had some pace on it.
Well, the second set is actually kind of even more dominant than it would seem, because the only game that Vuk and Connor won was when Charlie here faulted a few times.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise,
true.
they're
Actually,
basically
they've
4-0,
been
yeah.
battling, but yeah, you're right. That hiccup at the beginning with Charlie kind of lost his rhythm a little bit on the serve, but otherwise he has clearly found it again.
Been automatic since then.
Oh, that is so close to just being
It's
a
too
let
bad.
cord winner.
It's
It's
too
just
bad.
a
Yeah.
really thin margin right
Yeah.
there.
The net post. Don't call it a pole there, Cal.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Straight to jail.
I'm not talking about. Yeah, never mind. I was going to get geographic there, but not graphic, geographic.
National Geographic.
That might be more graphic than. Nice
another
roller.
good
Oh,
roller.
a great sit. What a
That's
roller.
so tough to
Sicko.
convert that angle.
All right, they're taking a commanding lead in the
Okay,
second
so
set.
4-1. We've got a match here.
So
All
Winnetka
of
ain't
these
going
have
away.
the potential to go the distance tonight. All of these teams are pretty evenly matched, and
Yes.
sort of everybody on the court is going
Ease
to be
his
in a
pain.
battle.
Yes, ease his pain. Yes.
Ease his pain. Go the distance.
Sorry, every time I hear that.
That is one of the greatest
you're-
movies that made no sense.
It was, yeah. You're guessing my corn. So, yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's see if Vuk and Connor can kind of dig their way out of this a little bit. But,
I suspect that they can, although, it's kind of tough to make adjustments in the middle of the set, but honestly, now's the time,
Yep,
right? I mean, at
exactly.
4-1, you have to be thinking, okay, what can we,
yeah.
make some adjustments on in order to
Exactly.
get this to work.
And on the other hand, let's just see if Brett and Charlie can close it out. Because, I mean, they are rolling a little bit here, no question. Sit.
Yeah, and I would say, if anything, that maybe is an adjustment that they could make. Charlie and Brett are doing a great job right now targeting their lob to get somebody out of position so that their drive can be more effective.
Yes.
And if anything, I maybe, if I'm Connor and Vuk, I maybe try to do a
Seamer.
little bit less with the volley, right? Like maybe
Yes,
you don't
yes.
try to cover so much court and
Right.
give up the net a little bit, because
Yeah.
it seems like that's where Charlie and Brett are winning the majority of their points.
I
right?
think you're absolutely right on, Coach, because let's face it, Connor and Vuk are still at the net,
Yeah.
and Brett and Charlie are still at the baseline, and yet the score
Yeah.
is going the other direction.
Yeah,
So
and so I just think they've found maybe a few more opportunities to, kind of pick them apart. Such a great roller. Good camera angle, Cal.
look at that.
I mean, you're the one that sets up the cameras.
Way to go, me.
I hold the monitor. Because you've got
I
the.
really am incredible.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little more about how great I am. Oh, that's such a good overhead.
And he handled it.
Yep.
Sit down. There we go.
That's another one, honestly, that has sort of
Come on.
been an adjustment
Yeah.
specifically from Charlie, is that
Yeah.
he has started to step up on the net a little bit more when the ball's on Connor, and those
Yeah.
kind of half-speed drives have not been free points.
It is effective, yes.
that
you're
right there, I mean, I don't. Charlie's maybe missed one of those,
And smartly, he's not trying to overhit it.
No, yeah, he's just putting it back in the court
Yep.
and making everybody work. And, yeah, it's funny because at this level, one of the things that can happen is that you get overly aggressive with the volley. I know we talk about the volley always being a defensive shot in
Yep.
the world of paddle,
Yep.
but when you're dealing with, a particular skill set, volleys start to become very offensive.
Yep.
If you read it early and you step up early, you kind of want to jam the ball back,
Exactly.
into a corner or really bury it, and you can make errors that way.
Oh, so you're so right. Not only that,
Great overheads from Vuk there, just really picking on that
tell you,
spot.
he must have hit that seam like 4 or 5
Yeah.
times. I was going to say that an offensive volley a lot of the time is more location than it is pace anyway. So if you're able to kind of put a ball in the right location, it becomes an offensive shot. It doesn't necessarily have to have a huge amount of pace on it.
All shots I hit are offensive, Sean.
What's the old real estate saying, Sean?
What's that?
Location, location,
Oh, here we go.
location.
Nice.
Nice. Wow. No way the lob volley.
Oh, good
Crazy.
stretch by Vuk. They're
look at this
still in
guy.
charge. That's got a lot of action on it.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Just a
you
little
got to
chaos
respect
there.
that actually from Charlie, because that is like kind of a prime opportunity where everybody's scrambling. Like if he converts that, that's
Absolutely.
really a difficult
Yep.
pickup.
All right, so,
2-4.
yep. Eking back.
Working their way into it. Brett serving.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it actually when Connor does sneak up a little bit. It's not a bad idea, but I guess you can get caught sometimes if you're not careful. It also takes a lot out of you. Nice shot.
My God.
Come on. Come on.
Vuk on the dead
How do
stretch to the side screen with
Okay,
the cross-court angle.
All right, Novak.
That guy's on
heck was
performance-enhancing drugs.
And then he's rolling.
I think this championship gets challenged unless he can provide clean urine. That's
Yeah, those are two crazy good shots. Do you find sometimes, Coach, that if somebody does that maybe 2-3 times in a row and it starts to affect the other team in that they start to think, okay, I've got to assert myself now. I've got to do something kind of quasi-spectacular. Or I
Yeah,
start
and
to put some more pace on the ball.
I firmly believe that like what separates the, sort of like that top percentage from the like sort of, I don't want to say average, but like the recreational player
Yeah.
is that like really good players will use that as an opportunity to kind of get their engine going.
Right.
They'll want a shot like that kind of fires them up, and then it's their ability to not try to do it every single time.
Yes.
But I mean, I do think that I think they want to use one opportunity like that, like what Vuk just
Yeah.
hit, can be a momentum shifter, right?
Yeah.
It was truly such a good shot that there was no way to win the point, right?
No doubt. No doubt. As a matter of fact, last night, I'm trying to think, Well, actually, I think I might even mention something to Keegan De Silva because I think he ended up. Oh, you're kidding!
Wow.
Clean living.
Let cord dribble volley.
But anyway, he was the one who had the tweener.
Yes.
Which was an incredible shot. But he also had like 5 drives in a
Yeah.
which I don't think I've seen in a while. I mean, Brian Compton will do that, but not with the kind of pace. I mean, Brian Compton hit it harder,
Yeah.
but he doesn't necessarily hit every ball as hard as maybe Keegan had hit.
Right,
And it was impressive that he got the first 4 in,
Yeah.
and then he just went for it on the 5th one and it flew.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of like, it was
Totally.
but
Totally agree.
That tweener, yeah, that was a shot of the year candidate. Look at the
Nice play. There's
Unbelievable.
another really good drive blitz combo,
Again,
and that is going to
climbing
make it
back in.
4-all here in the
I
second
think 3
set.
to 4.
Yeah, you want to
Think
talk
3 to 4.
about
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. You had already changed the score. Thank
you want to talk about opportune.
Yeah.
And opportunism. I mean, right at the break point level, boom, done.
Yep, that's the play
Incredible.
you want. Cammie asks, will you be covering all courts or just this one? Cammie, we'll be doing as many courts as possible this evening. Immediately after this is the Series 2 Court 1 match. So that, I assume, is probably going to have some impact on which team is able to walk away with the championship here. And then if there's matches still to be played after that, we will live stream those as well.
Yeah.
So it just kind of depends on the scheduling. There's 6 courts here at Glenview, and they have 4 different series that are all playing out of Glenview tonight for the championships. And so they kind of staggered stuff where they started, matches at 6:15 or 6:30 this evening for one of the lower series teams, and then all 4 of them played at once. Meanwhile, the other 2 courts are being split around. So yeah, we're gonna bring as many matches as possible based on court availability, but for sure after this, Court 1, Series 2 finals.
Series 2 finale. Don't mean to get bilingual on me.
Finale.
Sorry, I don't know why I said that. I don't know.
Fragile.
Exactly.
Must be Italian.
Exactly.
It's a major award.
It's just us, Sean. You can say Buenos Aires.
No, I think you can study Spanish by watching Zorro. I'm just saying. That's how I did it.
With Antonio Banderas?
Yeah, Antonio Banderas.
Wait, the Mask of Zorro?
No, actually, I don't want to.
Those were good.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to mention this.
That's such a great
what a
volley
shot.
right there.
You're kidding.
From Brett to step up
Come on.
into the laser beam that is Vuk's forehand.
That's the dual award right there. You get not only a great location but touch.
Yeah.
That thing just died.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a winner. You don't
That's
see that
just
very
playing
often.
great positioning, too.
It
Like he was
was.
just willing to step right up on the net and just make contact.
Return.
You definitely are seeing Brett and Charlie start to isolate Connor a little bit more on the deuce side. I think after that last backhand from Vuk, they kind of were like, let's let him cool off. Oh, my gosh!
No way.
With the stretch.
Come on. I mean, because usually, and you know what? That was due to his position on that one. Because he knew it was coming off the nick and it could shoot
out of the corner.
Yeah, parallel to the side screen, and he kind of followed it and he was able to reach it. That was amazing. Yeah, by the way, the Zorro movie I'm talking about is with George Hamilton.
Oh,
yeah,
you
I'm
went
not sure
back
I'm
even
farther.
farther.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to even mention it on the air. But anyway, so
was he tan? Was he
you know,
super tan?
He's always,
Because that would have gone right along with the character. So I guess it's fine.
it's
George
actually
Hamilton
a great
was
movie.
visible from space.
Yes, pretty much.
He was so orange all the time.
Yeah. Good sense of humor. Actually, a very good comedic actor.
Yep.
By the way. What a shot. Sit down.
Nice rip. Oh, just a little deep.
I thought
he had it,
so
but
did I. I tell you what, these guys are enjoying themselves, even if they're not, always smiling, because, you're hitting some of the shots that they are hitting. Look at that.
nice.
He owns that, by the way.
To take the net, yeah.
Because, I mean, he's probably hit that angle and into the nick 4 or 5 times.
The other thing that you'll see at this level is just the
waterfall.
speed of transition. So when
Yep.
somebody hits a drive that goes through,
Yep.
that they have to get right back on top of the net. Great lob, caught the line. Because otherwise the drive that comes back is going to put you in trouble. So
Yes, and it is getting chillier, which means it's coming off the back screen.
yeah,
A little less
maybe
energy.
starting to drop a little bit more. That's a heavy roller. Oh, he's there.
Yes.
Nice pick. Good scramble from both teams right here. Yeah, I would. Yeah, Vuk frustrated with that one.
All right.
As he, really wanted that thing to bite hard in the screens.
Still a ball game, but a clear advantage for Brett and Charlie.
Yeah, Brett and Charlie have, the acceleration in the last few games have really benefited Brett and Charlie, which is actually kind of an interesting style shift because
He got that. Oh.
he was almost there. Connor and Vuk definitely were playing faster at the beginning of the first set, and it seemed to work out for them better. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Speed of play. Rhythm, I guess you could call that, Coach. I think they call it macho.
rhythm.
I don't mean to.
What a dig from
know.
Connor.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
A clinic.
Taking balls off the
Clinique.
snowboard. Come on, one more.
Oh. Did he hit that?
I don't know.
You know what? I think I would give it to him.
I mean, that's got to be Brett's call, but that's a tough one to.
Oh, they gave it to
They
him.
gave it
You
to
know
him.
what?
What a
5-all.
gentleman. What
Yeah.
a gentleman.
No, that's sportsman. It looked like it caught. That was
It
more.
could have caught. It could. It
yeah.
absolutely could have caught.
Yeah.
And it was definitely a tough angle for Brett
Yeah.
because he was standing right on top of
Yeah.
the ball at
Didn't
the time.
really even
so
expect it coming around. I mean,
Yeah.
even coming down the line, but all right. All right, 30-15 here. 2 points from evening this match up. Oh,
it's a tough return.
That's some
Put it in
serious
that-
pace.
Put it on that right shoulder.
speaking of shoulder, get a shoulder turn on that one, man. That thing
Difficult
took off.
dodge.
Yeah. Finding
It's
kind of the
interesting.
seam.
Connor has kind of abandoned the big drive altogether and has just sort of gone into cat and mouse mode. Like he's
Sure.
sort of playing placement drives. He's kind of just letting
Oh.
Vuk swing away.
All right, a break point here.
Well,
Well,
provided they hold afterwards.
Good point. You don't have to in a
Sit.
set, though.
Sit.
That's kind of a different thing.
No.
Depends on the situation, I guess.
Well, if you take him to court, I guess you could. The technicality. What a shot.
Nice.
Great hands, by the way, from Charlie there. It was not an easy volley to handle that deep near the service line. Nice lob.
Charlie
oh, yeah, he's
has,
there.
again, really done a nice job sort of neutralizing a lot of the shots that
Good.
Connor has.
Oh,
He
and he
almost
read
had
that,
it, but
too.
just a great drop shot.
Absolutely. All right, back to Deuce. Still a couple of points from evening this match at one set apiece. Nice. I promise I won't talk like that anymore. It's horrible. Tomahawk.
Nice shot.
Speed. Smart.
Yeah, that's a good bail
Yeah.
from Vuk there to not overcommit
Yeah.
when it was a little off balance.
Yeah, because my sorry fat rear end would have still be sitting there without that one.
For those of you keeping score at home, that makes Sean Albrecht bingo.
Once again, you
This
gotta
time
call
not
it.
using
there.
the
What a
first
shot.
base.
Shot, great volley there from Brett. Crystal asked if we have a score update on the scores and players on the other courts. We do not, as we're all locked in the booth at the moment with
Yeah.
That's a generous term.
what we have to. The tent.
It's a tent.
The tent,
Unheated.
as we do.
Yeah, we're in an unheated
and any
tent.
breaks we have are spent doing jumping jacks. But we will try to put somebody on gathering scores. In between matches, I will be able to
Yes.
do a score update as we set up for the the next court, the court 1 match that we're about to do. So
Yes.
And that's
or
set.
in between sets,
They're
I should
set,
say.
and they split it.
All right,
and
so
you
let's
know,
hear from our sponsors, and I will try to get a score update from some of the other courts where available, and we'll see you in a minute here on the CPTC live stream.
From the heart of Chicago up to the North Shore and stretching from the northwest suburbs down to Kankakee. From urgent in-office care to virtual in-home visits, we're making orthopedic care available wherever and however you need it. Because while we're adapting our lives to keep each other safe, we know that new injuries will happen and old injuries will still linger. And IBJI is here to help.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is the best choice for orthopedic care. Our walk-in ortho access clinics provide treatment by orthopedic specialists without a trip to the ER. With evening and weekend hours, we provide your family with excellent care when it matters most. Visit ibji.com to find an ortho access immediate care clinic near you.
I mean, just don't slam it like that, man.
Look,
We
listen,
just talked about it. Just
listen,
apply the
you
pressure
know
gently.
something? It's just a habit. And by the way, it's supposed to function that way, Cal.
Adaptability is one of the
I'm
most
just telling you, it's
key
about
aspects of an audio
I'm supposed to be able
engineer.
to throw this thing, technically throw it across the room.
Well, I don't believe that. I don't think Rode is sponsoring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Matt McClure is no longer with us.
No, so to speak.
Well,
he has left. He has left what we're calling the booth, which is actually a tent behind court. What is this? 3, I think.
yeah, we're behind court 3. Matt is going to collect the scores. He also recently had a doctor's appointment, and they did the best that they could, and they tried to save his life. He is going to be just fine. He's doing good. We're just full of the Office references tonight.
All right. Yeah, I was going to
Yeah.
say. Must have been some type of reference because we can't actually start talking that way. But we can get away with it if we want to. So anyway, a very entertaining match so far. Not that all the matches that we have on the live stream aren't extremely entertaining, but this one is particularly so. Especially,
This is one of the better ones,
It
I
is.
agree.
It is.
Yeah.
Because you can see that you can almost see the strategy.
Yeah.
You know?
The only thing that can make it better is if some of these players were wearing more colorful socks. That pretty much would take it. So quick update from Court 4, Series 2, that's playing right next door here. Glenbrook Racket Club won the first set and is up 5-4 in the second set. So still the potential for that match to go the distance as well, as that second set is close. But right now, Glenbrook in the lead over there. And we'll keep getting updates as we can from the other side. So,
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I want to say this. I mean, it sounds so cheesy, but then it's coming from me, so it's pretty much a standard fare, right? Speaking of fare, I'm hungry. But
There's
yeah,
burgers right
I know
next door.
exactly. Are there? All right. But what I was going to say is, congratulations to all these teams, man. We got some
Thank you.
talent out there. Cal, what are you accepting the award on
On their
behalf?
behalf, yeah.
on behalf of all the teams.
But I'm just saying, seriously. I mean, you work. These guys, you know, they practice a lot. A lot of these guys do a lot of match play and practice to get to this point. And so, congrats to all the teams that have made it this far. Anyway, whether they win the thing or not.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and it's also really cool to see the depth of, the
Oh yeah.
player base in Chicago continuing to grow.
Yes.
Because there was a while ago that, Court 4 Series 2 used to feel a lot more like a Series 5 match.
Right.
And now you're starting to be like, wow, a lot of these guys are interchangeable.
Yep. Some
At this
depth.
point where it's like,
That's probably why we see some of these teams in the playoffs, Coach. It's the depth on the team.
yeah, that actually has a lot to do with it, right? And in terms of the strategy of building series and teams, at your club, it can always be difficult. We always used to call it like sort of the Court 1 problem.
Yep.
Is the idea that if you have a team or a couple of guys or maybe 3 players that can rotate at Court 1 and be successful, more than 50% of the time, then it's reasonable to put a team at that series. But if that's sort of always an issue, if you're like, well, these guys can win a few matches on Court 1, I don't think anybody's going to have a good time if you get shellacked,
Welcome
if
to
they're
my-
really the best players on your team. But now it just feels like there's just so much depth across the board.
Welcome to my college tennis career. There was like one player, it was Todd Ahrens, and the rest of us were pretty much, I don't mean to say hacks, but, you know, I'm just speaking for myself.
Sure.
It's actually kind of interesting how often.
Yeah, that one wasn't. Yeah.
It's actually kind of interesting how often
He
that
set his
happens,
phone down on the.
even at the collegiate level, where it's like, well, there's one, maybe two guys, you know, that are rock stars, and then everybody else is sort of trying to catch up.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Unless you get some big schools that have an incredible recruiting program where they're going to dominate, you know, kind of a whatever.
Yeah.
USC, Illinois, Northwest, you know, just like some of the big Florida.
It's funny you said I had a coach. It was pretty funny. He would say, hey, you guys were rock stars, and some of you just dressed like rock stars. You know, like, which I think is funny because I was like,
it's really more of a slap in the face.
Ready?
Sean, stop wearing leather pants.
Yeah, I tell you what, you don't have to worry about. There's just chafing. I tell you what, if you worry about, I'm serious. Like you, maybe it's not something we should be discussing.
Well, I mean, I just don't have any experience to pull from, so.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
So. No, I'm just saying, if you're a swimmer, so to speak, and you got to keep, you know, the hair basically off your legs, just wear those things because they'll pull it off anyway. It's like it just grips. Effect? Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
So who was your tailor?
Like I have a tailor.
Well,
come on, man.
They just naturally fit that tight.
No, yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, that's what they're designed. Back when I was a kid, that's the way they were designed to be worn.
Sure.
They weren't like chaps, Cal. You know, it's like.
Well, you had the whole trench foot thing back then.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of here.
That was a World War I joke.
I'm trying to ignore some of them because you know we're bound to offend somebody, but we just don't want to offend any veterans, Cal.
Well, of course not.
Yeah, so that's the you know.
If there are any veterans of the First World War, I apologize.
You know what? That's nice of you to do, and there probably is somebody out there. Okay, so Connor is actually, I was just going to say, Connor is actually human because he's putting a jacket on.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's...
Good for him. You know what? No, I'm sorry. I think it's probably a good idea. I'm just looking at the live chat, see if I could, got to take my glasses off to do it. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. We're about to start the third set here at the
well, Sean, if you had to put your money on it.
That is Glenview Club. You know what? That's a really good question. I don't. This is a tough one, Cal. I usually get a pretty good feel for this stuff, but not here. And we're starting right off, so we'll give it a look here. That's right. Give me a look right there. Anyway. But on the near side, this is
Vuk.
Yep.
And Connor.
Vuk and Connor, and so they get to start out the third set, which might or might not be an advantage, depending on how things go. But so far, the momentum clearly so far probably just because of the second set is with Brett and Charlie. But
but in that second set, both teams had a game where they won 40-love.
That's true. And geez, there's a kind of a seamer. I wouldn't say seamer, but kind of a seamer slash.
I guess you could say it kind of seemed that way.
Nick.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, 15-30.
Still attacking the net,
great half
Sean.
volley. Not easy at all. I mean, I tell you what, half volleys in paddle are just not easy, especially if somebody's blitzing on you. Unfortunately for Vuk, nobody was at that point, but that was just a great hands. Superb. Yeah.
For freedom.
Yeah.
For Scotland.
He stepped around, hit that forehand, and step around to the microphone is our own.
I'm back.
I'm just kidding. I just did because you had a beer in your hand. That's all right.
Sorry.
That's all right. But no, it's
I
our
had
own
to
Matt
get a beer
McClure.
and
Coach
take
Matt
a restroom
McClure.
break since we've been here for 5 hours.
I didn't think we were allowed.
Oh, yeah, you can.
That's
Yeah,
why I've
no.
been crouching in this position for the
Oh,
last 2
sorry. I
hours.
should have told you, yeah.
I already
We got
designated the
special
corner.
we got special dispensation to use the restrooms at the club. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no, we still use the trailer.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
we're not
you're right.
that
yeah,
fancy.
I didn't mean like that.
Yeah, well, right.
Not the clubhouse. What,
Yeah.
you out of your mind?
You mean there's something nicer than a trailer?
Not in my world.
No, yeah.
All right. Well, true to form, we're at deuce in the first game of the third set here, Coach. So it's a battle. And the game is afoot.
Sherlock Holmes.
You know something?
And the game
Just, you know,
is
maybe I
afoot.
should go to the restroom because that was just, now I'm starting to quote. Okay,
Well,
Arthur
babe,
Conan
but
Doyle.
yeah, I was going to say, which iteration are you quoting
Yeah.
on that one?
Well, if you just say Conan Doyle, you can pretty much say all of them.
Sure.
'Cause he
But
did write it.
but more specifically, are we talking Benedict
nice
Cumberbatch?
rip right there
See, that
from
was really
Brett
nice,
out of
too,
that backhand
just to
side.
bring it
Isn't
back
there
to deuce.
procedural right now with Johnny Lee Miller as a sort of a Sherlock type character?
I think so. What a shot. You know what? Not a bad move, though,
Yeah,
from Brett.
I
It's just,
totally
yeah,
agree.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it just
This
happened to
Vuk
be
happened to be just that
sort
good
of
and that
a
talented.
volley in transition.
Exactly.
Worked out.
Another great. I'm telling you, these guys are McEnroe. I mean, just pick and step off the ankle high shot, feet off the ground, still able to make the shot with some touch. Do I sound envious? Yes, I am. Jealous? Yes. I admit it.
Yes, but for the right reasons.
Exactly. All right,
Okay.
so
So
he does
1-0
hold
here
serve too.
for Glenbrook going up early in the third set.
You betcha. At the majestic Glenview Club here in Gulf, Illinois. There is a Gulf, Illinois. It is a village, very small one. But there is a Gulf, Illinois.
It's a well-kept secret,
Yes. Anyway,
mostly by the Postal Service.
let's rip everybody tonight. That darn FedEx man, woman, man. Okay.
I don't know if FedEx counts as the Postal Service.
Well, no, I
point
was
to
just
serve.
saying. Let's rip everybody. Cal, play along.
Oh.
Takes a village.
It's a village. The village of Golf, actually, is what it,
There we
it
go.
requires.
Awesome segue.
Population 42
Nice segue
people.
there. So I actually did get on the radio in college because I just put myself on a sub list. I wasn't even air approved. I just want to admit that on the air now.
That's okay.
so
I think the statute of
I'll-
limitations has run out on that one.
Clearly run out.
You faked your way onto the college radio station?
At 2 o'clock
How
in the
dare
morning?
you.
What kind of a feed?
I've already called the authorities, Sean. The FCC is sending agents.
Yeah. So I sub.
What a shot from Vuk.
Okay, so that was serve pace, man. I mean I'd love to see the radar gun on that.
Really
that,
can let that thing fly.
that puppy. Oh yeah.
You see Connor putting another layer back on
Yeah,
as the
I
temperature
was saying that.
continues
Yep.
to drop
Yep.
here. Yeah,
I was saying that earlier. I was like, he is human. He's not a robot.
Oh, is it getting colder?
yeah, it is for sure.
This is for the first time that we can attest to that.
Yeah, we don't usually have a lot of experience with that. It says it's down to 38 now. It definitely was in the 40s when we
Well,
started.
I couldn't feel any parts of my lower body 45 minutes ago, so it doesn't matter.
That was
What a
from sitting
tomahawk.
down.
Oh, ho, ho. I tell you what.
This is
Vuk
amazing,
is kind
actually.
of on fire here.
Yeah,
right now.
this has got to start to be a game of keep away for Brett and Charlie. Like, I just don't know. Look at how far Vuk is coming
know.
over. He's just
Wow.
really feeling
He
comfortable.
is. He really is.
I guess it's hard to play keep away from Vuk when he takes 90% of the court. You think Connor likes standing in the alley? Or?
This is the this is the point. I do it all the time in tennis. This is where, you know, we were saying before, where if we keep Vuk and Connor at the net, you know, you're going to get one result or you're going to get one scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I guess, from the baseline, if they're, you know, that hot from the baseline, well, there we go. We just forced an error. There was a nice jinx from me from there. I should apologize.
As per usual.
Send him a fruit basket for that.
The fruit budget is getting out of hand.
Hey, the sun is hot, Cal.
True.
Not at night.
Also, fair.
Here we go. Now, the other thing is I've noticed now we're not the shotgun Mike's not picking it up. However, there is a
Nice
fair
touch
amount
there
of
from Connor.
communication going on, but at this point in the season, these guys have played together so often. Sometimes you don't hear "I go, you go," you don't. But for the most part, if they need to, you will hear it.
Yeah, and I think that it's actually beneficial for everybody to continue to call stuff because
Sure.
you will still have the occasional miscommunication
Absolutely.
on a lob that's sort of between
In
two
the middle.
players.
Yeah, that'll happen. All right. That's
great return.
I don't think he's missed that in his whole career. I mean, look, no, it just looks so natural. I'm
Brett
serious.
never
I mean,
missed a backhand return.
No, I'm just saying, ever.
Ever.
No, it's
Binkley.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice shot.
Wow.
Another great kind of slash overhead directly at the deuce player. If you can get that deuce player to jump to the right and get out of the way where they kind of pin themselves in the side screen and then the spin moves away from them, it is really a tough ball
For
to
certain.
track down.
For
Great
certain.
rip
Especially
right there by Charlie.
That deep, Coach. Something a foot from the baseline.
Oh, for sure.
Always a problem.
For sure.
All right, 15-30. Little opening here to maybe make a little bit of a dent. And again, I'm jinxing Connor back and forth. I should just leave.
Well, I don't know if that was a jinx, actually. That was just your prediction coming.
I didn't. All right,
Correct.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm clairvoyant. Claire who? Yeah, right.
Listen, if you know the future, what are we still
And
doing
they
here?
do convert. So 2-1.
2-1.
AC Doocy, as they say.
Do they say that?
They say
They
that.
do
yeah,
say that.
That's true. Don't look it up, but they say it.
That's right, Cal.
People have said that.
Not necessary.
I've
So
heard
look
it.
up.
So Glenbrook still with a little lead here in set number 3, court 3 from the Glenview Club, Series 2 League Championships.
Yes.
Coming to you immediately before the Platform Tennis Nationals here,
Yes.
put on by the APTA this coming weekend. Actually, Thursday through Sunday,
Thursday
there's going to be
through
coverage
Sunday.
on the APTA network that you guys should check out if you're big fans of paddle.
You know what?
Even if you're not big fans of paddle, just if you want to support a sort of non-traditional sport.
And you know what? Especially if the weather holds up, which, I'm not sure it's going to hold up all 4 days. But my point is, if it does, these national tournaments are actually a lot of fun. If you're a platform tennis enthusiast, it is definitely someplace that, you would not you're not going to be disappointed if you show up. I mean, there's some really, really good top-notch players coming in from all over the United States to play this thing.
And great food.
So yeah, that's true too.
Glenview Club puts
They
on
do
a
a
show.
great job.
They're awesome.
yeah.
And our buddy J Love,
J.
Jason
Love.
Love, who
You
has now I think this is his 3rd nationals that he's involved in running and executing on the pro side. He's awesome.
Yep.
Well, let's not forget Andrew as well.
Andrew also is going to be
Dave
taking over
Bach.
that role.
Yes.
So, but Jason's always been great for the.
And thank God
those
Jason's
tournaments.
staying in the area, man, because I was wondering where he was going to go.
Yeah.
No, I was just, you get J Love. You don't want to, you get real good guys like that. You don't want him going anywhere. So he'll be up down the street at the Lake Forest Club.
Yep.
Thank the Lord. So he's around. Good dude. Both of those guys, just some of the best
In the
individuals.
business.
Absolutely. Not just paddle players, but individuals
In the business.
in the biz. Okay, Cal.
That was not me.
Cal's doing.
me.
Cal's
That was
doing-
not me. That was.
That was me. So it looks like that the court number 2 match is warming up there, as you can see them on that far court from this angle, which
All right,
means that
40-15.
Glenbrook did win in 2 sets.
Is that right?
Oh.
That's been going on a lot.
Sometimes when you're not playing on your home court,
Up. Here we
you
go
know, with
again.
the home court advantage that you
HCA.
can
There's another.
lose your serve a little bit in the lights.
I got to get a theme for that too.
Yeah, we do.
Along with yeah.
Home court advantage.
That was, you know what? It's crazy how the parallel there. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm going,
Nice
let's
volley
sing like a
there by Vuk.
WKRP.
Yeah, exactly,
type of
yeah.
thing. I'm going. That was freaky. Wow. Anyway, well, and it did happen, by the way. So shall it be said. So shall it be
Nice
done.
dig right there from Brett
It
out
is
of the
2
corner.
all. So the gallery is getting their proverbial money's worth.
As well they should.
All right.
It's actually a pretty nice night for paddle in terms of the end of the season here.
Yeah.
Having it kind of, start at 40 degrees is pretty pleasant. What a winter for paddle, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably at most clubs only had to turn the heaters on a couple of times in terms of, there being actual snow on the ground. We just didn't get a lot this season. Although that means that the heaters still ran just as much as they did every season because
Exactly.
most people who play paddle don't understand the laws of thermodynamics. But
Yeah.
nonetheless,
Yeah, the heaters aren't for
let's turn the
necessarily
heaters on.
for
I'm trying to
heat.
stay warm. That's not how that works, but okay. Let's just run them anyway. Who
Well.
cares? Nice dig again
Yeah,
by
I
Brett.
don't know why that always cracks me up.
Jeez.
Anyway. Look at that. See, again, guys are Series 2. They've got all sorts of shots.
Oh, my
That
gosh, right on the
stayed in. That
baseline?
stayed in. That stayed
That
in,
is
too.
wide. No, that
I
was
thought it was
wide,
in.
yeah.
Just wishful thinking on my part.
Just a hair. Wow, these guys are playing real thin margins right
bet.
now. Which you like to see that as you get into the finals.
Yes.
Good
wanna see
dig.
their
Connor's
best.
there.
You want to see their best.
Oh, that was so close.
How did that stay out?
That was
like,
so close.
I was like, that just had rain written all over it, man. All right, 30-15. Volley's going to work. He stood his ground,
Oh,
and
man.
it paid off.
Good move. Yep. Connor's done that a couple of times where just
Yes.
by holding his ground and just,
Yeah.
sort of allowing the ball to hit his paddle,
Yep.
it comes back so quick.
40-15. 1 point to take a 3-2 lead.
Yeah,
That's
great
a great
return right there.
And to Vuk's credit, he's been coming up with
Solid.
those volleys for the most part. So that was just super outstanding from Charlie there. He's
Yeah,
there.
that's tough.
Yep.
Yikes. That
It
ball
worked.
really
It worked
slid off the
down.
deck and did not give
Yeah.
any opportunity right there for Charlie to make an adjustment. It just skidded
Yeah. Kinda
right
like
into his body.
My Taekwondo career, just stay down.
Stay down.
Don't-
Sean, stay down.
You're down. You're down there. Just don't get up because he's going to hit you again. Anyway.
Just stay down. I'll just stay down here, Coach.
Yes, Sensei. I will stay on the
Just-
mat.
I
Stay on
was
the
just
mat.
testing the mat for its durability.
It's cool down here. Anyway, so Connor and Vuk take a 3-2 lead. So Charlie and Brett serving a 2-3. Third set at the Glenview Club. Playoffs on the line. Playoffs on the line.
Getting serious.
Yeah. Should have the trumpets going.
That's
that was a
another
great
good
volley.
closing volley right there
Wow. Wow.
from Brett.
They don't call him Binkle Toes for nothing. He's got perfect footwork.
It's a new one. Good leave.
I have to take responsibility for that
A
comment.
little high on that one.
All right. All right. 30
30
low.
love here.
Yep. Yeah, there's shit. You know what, Coach? I'm trying to think. Somebody had a term for it's not really a waterfall because, your opponent gets all the way back there, but it's just high enough that it kind of drops off the. I guess that's still a waterfall, but it kind of drops off the
Yeah,
Because waterfalls, the misnomer maybe is what I'm thinking is waterfall is a ball that goes over your head, and you've got to turn around and go to the corner.
Right,
and get
yeah.
it. But it's really
I think
not.
a true waterfall is that you snap the ball short enough where it goes over somebody and is dropping as it gets to the screens.
So
So sometimes like that one was I guess a pretty decent waterfall.
Right.
I know on the national tournaments, a lot of the announcers will call it kind of a down-up overhead, which presents a little bit more of a threat. Like if you just kind of hit the ball down at the service line and then it rises.
Yep.
That one is can cause problems.
Yep.
But I mean, especially you're seeing him a little bit more from Brett because he's a little bit taller, and so that tends to benefit a taller player being able to hit a waterfall that drops that way.
Well, I'm just trying to coin something, but you know how they have it like Niagara, up in Niagara, they've got like the horseshoe fly. I've decided a horseshoe is where you make it turn all the way around.
Nice drive out of the corner there.
So we're just going to call it a horseshoe, like a horseshoe falls. It's really cheesy, but I'm not that creative, so let's face it. I can't come up with anything more.
Coming right up on 2.5 hours for this match.
Tell you what's kind of incredible, Brett can hit a two-handed backhand. Things like over his shoulder and out of his strike zone technically, and he's still able to snap it back down. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see it more and more with, really good players are kind of able to use their momentum to manufacture shots, like especially on the screen drive. Like there's a lot of times where you feel like, the ball has been hit pretty hard and it's coming out of the screen.
Like that.
Yeah, like that's
just not. You're right. Good leave.
Yep, really good point.
I thought he was going to volley that ball for a second. All right, so love 30. Chance to maybe get into position to take a lead in this third set with we'll call it a half a break. Because
just to have a chance to get into position is really, that's really what you're looking for.
Charlie just missing with that return. 15-30. Going Aussie. Flat out like a lizard drinking. I know
that's a sneaky little blitz.
What a sky hook. All right, Jimbo. Kareem, I guess. Yeah.
That's just a great
shot.
Little, especially if you can let that short ball bounce and then hit it on the rise to add a little bit of spin.
Yeah.
That one will cause a problem.
Here's
so
a break point.
15-40 here with a break point opportunity.
I think double break point like you can win 2 games out of it.
Yeah.
But I don't understand that one.
But what do we say about that, Cal?
It's only a break if you hold.
That's true. That's fact, actually. Yeah.
He's going to let it go. There we go. Nice leave.
I actually remember that once in junior tennis, having an argument with somebody where this kid thought that the score was different because he kept saying, I went up a break. And I was like, right, but then I won the next game. Like, I broke 2. And then he kept thinking that it was 4-2, and I was like, it was just 3-2. And he's like, but I broke you. And I was like, right, but you got to hold.
Exactly.
In order to have it be 4-2.
Yeah, Einstein.
It was like, so it was a funny conversation because it was weird. It was like he was using terminology, but not the numbers of the score. And I was like, I get that. I know that I lost my serve. I'm just.
That may prove costly. I don't know. Let me see. Let's find out.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's crunch time. Oh, God. Look at the drop. Look at this. Oh.
There
and they do.
It is.
Unbelievable. All right. So
Winnetka goes up 4-3 in the third set.
Yep. Brett and Charlie convert on that last break point. And a little breakthrough here, but again, they got to serve it out.
Yep.
Let's see if they can do that. But as a matter of fact, it's funny. It's the percentage. Hey, how many times do you serve it out when you're able to break? And then how many times can you serve it out when you're able to break when it's the third set and a third and deciding set?
Yep.
We'll find out.
Yep. It can be a little bit
here we
more
go.
difficult.
I'm Yeah.
I can't believe you said that.
There's my. Isn't there a jar I've got to like contribute to every time?
Isn't there a jar?
Oh,
We don't have a camera there.
It goes towards the fruit baskets.
Cal, why you keep turning the lights off?
Cal,
What are you trying to
you'll
save
have
energy?
a jar too.
Yeah.
Every time Cal presses the fourth camera that doesn't exist, we're going to go jar.
Every time we are in an unheated tent and I have 2% body fat, you have to pay me $20.
Okay, well. Can you spot me $20?
2%.
Nice overhead
That's-
from Vuk right
Really?
there.
You know what they say, Sean? I guess
I cannot wait
I think you
for
don't.
this one.
The last 2%'s the hardest to get. That's why they keep it in the milk.
Oy. Good serve. All right, 40-15. Looks like Brett is up to the task so far here in the 8th game of the 3rd set here. Because he's going to serve for a game point here to go up 5-3. Tomahawk.
Nice.
Way to carry him off the side screen. And he's decided to lose the jacket, by the way.
It was weighing him down.
Once again.
Wondering what the FanDuel
Well,
line
clearly
was
he
on that one.
had, he had so much success, with
Yep.
just the T-shirt.
Shot,
He decided to go
wow.
back to it.
That's crazy good.
Nice ball.
Yeah. But these guys are talented. Jeez. All right, 40-30. One more opportunity. Oh,
What a great volley.
really? No, believe.
And finding
Being-
Vuk maybe getting a little greedy with how far he was willing to come over to try to hit that forehand.
Just a yiddle. Yeah.
No, I don't. I guess
That's all
that
right.
was not.
It's all right.
So we're deuce now then, yeah.
Yes, we are.
Oh,
probably,
that's,
yeah.
all right, look at me.
Perfect.
Yeah, it gives you an idea of how much you really do have to mix it up against better players, Coach. If they're always expecting that drive, they're pretty much going to build a wall. So, you're going to have to, one, vary whether you're going to drive or not. But some of the best players are real good at kind of setting up the same way whether they drive or lob.
It's good. Working in that corner
All right.
to eventually get a tough decision from Connor.
Pretty important point.
It is.
Sean.
I was going to say. What to go up.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice
Crazy.
volley, too.
I know.
Made it work.
Yeah, because I don't think you can't do much better on the return.
This
Yes.
has actually become sort of an interesting dynamic in the idea that I think they're very comfortable keeping the ball on Connor because Vuk has been hurting them with the drive.
Yes.
But I also think that every time Vuk is getting to hit the ball, they know it's a drive.
Yes.
Like there's not a lot of
Exactly.
mystery involved in
Kind
the
of my
shot that's
point,
showing
yes.
up. So
Yeah. And I mean, again, there's give and take with that. Because I mean,
That was
if
a
you're
little
putting enough
wide.
pressure, just a bit,
Yep.
put enough pressure on your opponents with that drive, and you could keep it up, and keep the pressure on. That's fine. But after a while, if it's obviously expected. By the way, they just did convert that game, so it is 5-3. Winnetka,
So it was a break.
right? The Scorpion Kings of Winnetka.
Oh,
What a shot.
Wow.
Great volley
Okay, see,
to
that
come
just-
off of the lead
Yeah,
cord.
That's talent because
in
that just
that
does not.
situation.
I mean, most people do not have the reflexes to do that. Did he just do it again?
That's tough. Yeah, and that's
Unbelievable.
another great volley from Connor where I think in a lot of situations players would bail and he just
Yep.
holds his ground and
Yeah.
and sets up early. And
Kudos to Vuk for hitting. And of course, he just misses his serve. But kudos to Vuk for hitting what looked like handling two let cord volleys there. All right, 15 all.
did
Didn't make
not
it.
dribble over.
Thought for a second maybe he had a shot at it. All right. 15-30. That always is entertaining when it's the help sign. When I'll just say help. My favorite is when they put me after help. It's my favorite thing. it'll be help me instead of just help. That's going in. Yeah. Good dish. Luke leaving the deck. Look at Charlie scrambling, covering. Awesome. Again, just a demo. You want to watch teamwork, how to play as a team, just watch these guys. Oh, there we go.
Teamwork making the dream work.
Yep. Oh. Cal, we're on.
No, that's okay.
Is he doing it that way?
Yeah, he's doing it.
So I'll just watch. No, I can see it from here. That's fine. It's all right. Are you telling me I got to go to a hamburger now? Is that what you're telling me? Sean, I don't think you're doing a good enough job, so just
burgers
go get
here
a
at Glenview are great. So.
They are. They're fantastic. If I want to share the joke with everybody, we're just trying to watch Cal.
My fingers are frozen.
Oh, my God. We used to call the Chiron, which is the character generator. And he can't spell quite as well as he probably should be able to, but that's fine.
We'll stick with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody just scored a point.
Excellent.
We are killing it.
I think the match is going to be over.
All right.
And there it is.
All right. It was.
And Brett and Charlie are able to be victorious in the third set. That is going to take Winnetka. I think
victory.
I think yes, and I would say in terms of the score, I'm pretty sure that every set is worth a point. So technically, Glenbrook
did get a point out of it.
Yeah, and so technically, I think that they. At this point are up in the match because they won court number 4, and now they got a point here. So at this point it would be 3-2, I believe.
Way to keep the score there, Coach. That's
in our scoring. So this is going to go the distance here. What happens on courts 1 and 2 is going to be the real deal.
The deciding vote, so to speak.
Right.
Deciding factor.
Yeah. So it could come down to actual set scores at the end of the night. So we're going to get the next court started as soon as possible. We are going to leave the stream live, so anybody watching does not need to go anywhere, but we are going to reset on our end and get all the players' names put in the computer and, let everybody use the restroom and see if I can stop seeing my breath inside this tent. Warm up a little bit, but we'll be right back with the Court 1 match here at Glenview Club of Series 2 League Championships.
Yeah. Sorry, was it?
All right, here we go.
All right, we are live from the Glenview Club for the league championships here. Series 2, this is going to be the court number 1 match. You might think that these teams are apparently playing for Serbia based on Sasha Djordjevic's jacket, but this is Winnetka and Glenbrook Racket Club. And these 2 teams over here are seasoned veterans of the game. And between the 4 of them, I think they have 7 national championships. And they're all from Scott Mansager over there. So good for them. Over here, playing for Winnetka is this is Danny Oakes over here in the ad side. And over here on the deuce side, Sasha Djordjevic. And I hope we spelled his name correctly. Or at least the league did, because I cut and pasted it from the league website. So I'm better at pronouncing it than spelling it, I guess. Then over on the far side, ad side, is Scott Mansager, and Andrew Ong is in the deuce court. I think all of these guys have been on the live stream.
Andrew's been on like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, Andrew's just a glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
He just brings the ratings, so we just throw him out there as often as humanly possible.
Well, last time we were doing the Viking Cup was he
That's right.
and he probably had 4 or 5 cutters in a row.
That's right.
Without a mistake. I mean, it was absurd.
He played out of his gigi, as they say.
Do they say that?
Yeah,
I've never heard that.
Yeah, they do. So,
But I'm not exactly a.
I might have reversed that. I think I said incorrectly. It's Sasha and Danny Oakes are playing for Glenbrook, and it's Andrew Ong and Scott Mansager are playing for Winnetka. I think
So explain to the viewers and not
fluffed out
me.
of the first one. Yeah, not
how
you.
important is this match compared to what we just watched?
Yeah, so this is actually a really fun place in the world of league paddle because so far courts 3 and 4 have essentially split. So Glenbrook Club won court 4, and then Winnetka won court 3, and so all these points matter. We don't know what's going on for sure over on court number 2 on the far side. We'll bring you an update when we have the chance to track scores. They started maybe 15 minutes ago. But yeah, so these matches are going to make a difference in terms of who walks away with the title here.
Scott being a gentleman.
Spinning to see who serves, as per usual.
But he had some advanced technique there. He wasn't looking at it. He let the other guy look at it. I mean, that's
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart. Totally agree.
Now we just got to let someone get out there and measure the nets, and we'll be good to go. That's supposed to be funny.
No, I totally got it. I
No,
was
yeah, it was
distracted
hilarious.
by
No,
doing
it
one
was
extra
hilarious.
thing. No, it was hilarious.
You didn't need to laugh.
So this is going to be a good match from a couple of different perspectives. One is that Danny Oakes and Andrew Ong kind of have all the shots in the book in terms of, spin and big drives and tons of power. And if Sasha and Scott were to go out on the court and have a lob contest, they could probably do it longer than anybody. Like if they were playing together, there's a chance that we would just watch lobs versus attack overheads the entire night. So this one has the potential to really, this could legitimately be a 3-hour plus match. Neither of these teams want to lose. They're both going to play tactically. They're not going to want to give away free points. And it's just sort of that unique situation where, again, there's a nice transition here between the styles of play that's going to be cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the mic, none other than Matt McClure.
Here I am again. I've doubled down.
I'm still here. I just.
No, these guys are quick. So here we go. Andrew Ong to serve to get us started.
Ong's been on the. Probably. What is he?
Yeah,
he
we were
might be
just
on
trying
the
to figure out what
telecast.
the exact number was, but I think he's
Telecast.
been. This might
That's
be
what I
his
call
5th
it.
time on the live stream.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he brings in the ratings.
Well, if we're including the stuff we've done for the APTA, maybe 6 or 7. He's been on there a few times as well. He's a tournament hound, as they call him.
You know, that's actually much more complimentary than tournament rat, which is what, you know, some people call certain players that.
Did you get called that a lot?
No.
Oh,
Brat,
okay.
yes. Rat, no. Yeah, didn't get. And fat, of course. I got that. We had to get that in there, right, Cal?
The bingo.
Yeah.
I was often referred to as a tournament participant. So
I donated a lot. I was a donator. A donor.
you can already see the style differences of this match in the first point. In terms of, you know,
Yes, sir.
this is going to be a little bit more of a war of attrition. This is going to be a lot more kind of precision paddle and a lot less, you know, kind of big shots. It's not that they won't exist. It's just that both teams are going to try to control pace so that it doesn't hurt them in that regard. Great
Good
return.
shot, yeah.
Good volley from Hong as well.
Yeah, Edrong, one of the faster players you're gonna see out there. I mean, and you won't see it until maybe just like almost the last second, where he'll just bolt, turn the afterburners on, and get to a ball that you wouldn't think he would get to. So, exciting player to watch.
Totally agree. That's a great stretch there from Danny Oakes to convert that drive and be able to put it right on somebody's body. Sort of a forehand slap shot there. Good return as well.
I've decided every backhand I hit is a slap shot catch. Just slap it. Just, you know.
No, Sean, it's a
Disdainfully.
backlash.
It's a disdainfully hit ball. You know, you just don't. Nice. Yeah, and it is dropping in temperature. So you're gonna, I mean, the ball. If some of you think that the ball seems to be slowing down, it is just a little bit.
Hit the nick.
Nice. Yeah, sooner or later we'll have the cameras. The definition will be so good that you'll catch the expression that the player is using when they're hitting the ball, which is always a
It's
wonderful.
funny, they're getting a little better every year.
Just-
It's a good
Oh, what a
snap again
shot.
right there from Danny. So
Yeah, Oaks
that's going to
has
take
got
them up
a
1-0
nice snap
in the
forehand,
first set.
especially from like a low position. He's able to just snap it and bring it back down over the net. That's not easy to do.
I mean, this guy's got so much style, you could make a grand piano out of him. They still make those out of oaks. Mahogany.
All right.
Actually, you know what? What kind of tree does mahogany come from, Sean? I don't know the answer to this. It's not a trick question.
I'm not sure, dude.
Well, Matt's got his phone up. Just figure this out. I feel like this is fairly important.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Define
Yeah,
fairly.
what kind of tree does mahogany come from?
I'm going to say oak.
That's a great question.
I'm going to say oak. That
birch?
would be mine.
Really? Well, that's why I'm saying you have your phone, so you know when you have a chance.
Whatever. Nice flex there.
All right, I'll look it up.
Right. I can't believe you actually want to know. Part of me is just like, I think this is a fun side project, but you actually are interested.
Tree does
You are fully committed.
Well, because now,
Just don't spell it upside down, Cal.
that's actually a really fair point. It comes from, I don't even know how to say this, but they're only native to South America and Mexico. They're beautiful, slow-growing, giant trees that can reach up to 200 feet tall. It's Sweetenia
Wow.
macrophalia.
Wow.
So
Okay. So,
Gesundheit.
yeah, I mean, learn something new on the live stream.
I'll stick to Brazilian rosewood, thank you.
It's easier to pronounce.
Yeah. Heart of Pine.
South Barrington Club in the house in the chat. That's always good to see.
More like
Judd
a club.
Hines rooting for Sasha. Agreed.
What?
Chuck
We
Wagon
don't
will
root
bet.
for
Yep.
people here.
Yeah, no, we do. I think that's totally cool. I like it when the chat gets involved.
You're allowed. At least I think you are. I'm not an endorsement.
That's
though.
one of the things that we have the freedom to do with our live stream that maybe can't be done, with sort of national tournament stuff. But we get to interact and hang out with the viewer base and, kind of make it a true community, which I think is cool. So we're always happy to. Oh, nice shot off the camera. Right in the corner. In order to actually touch the camera, you have to hit the ball so perfectly in that spot in the corner where it shakes the camera around because it is just right on the edge of the nick.
We are insured for that.
That's true. We do carry
we're
extra
assured,
insurance. Yeah.
After our intern last year lost a couple cameras.
Well, he's not with us anymore. So
No,
it's
exactly.
fine.
So we're so
Not in the way you
so,
think.
yeah.
It's just he was fired. It's not like we killed him.
Well,
It's not as far as you know. I mean, we took him
although
to the
Sean, I
train
did
station.
I got a voicemail about asking where you were on the 20th of September, 2022. You can get back to him whenever.
That is totally the ball that Scott should be going after. He just missed it a little bit in the top of the net.
I would say chances are it's in a restaurant. Yeah, and it was the Bonanza in
The Boogie Bonanza.
yeah, in Indianapolis. Yes, wonderful restaurant. It's the Bonanza. I love it. I absolutely adore it. Great reset, by the way. I love the fake blitz by Andrew too. Not a bad idea. Okay, much more vocal with the communication here in this match, Coach.
Yeah. I think that a big part of it also is going to have to do with sort of the style of play. Like, you don't have as much time to call mine or yours when you're volleying and driving all the time, like
You're
that
right.
last match was.
You're right.
But this one is going to be a little bit more pace control. I think you're going to see a little bit more conservative kind of shot making.
Unquestionably. We have team mascots for these guys? I don't think we do.
Thanks for shouting out sponsors, Judd. Appreciate that as well.
Who just
All right. Game point to go up 2-love.
Yeah, they're up 2-love now because Scott's serving.
Oh, they
Sorry
are?
about, yeah, so Scott's serving there. It's Lovell. Not to be confused with Lovell, the astronaut.
Astronaut.
Gosh,
Yeah.
he comes up in a lot of our streams. We're just very space focused.
Also known as the guy that Tom Hanks played.
Yeah, we could talk about that later, actually.
Okay, well, that's good. All right, everything's good.
You can.
We have a special, I guess this is a perfect time to tell everybody, guys, about the interview we had a chance to do with a very venerable, honorable Dr. Brian McCall.
Yeah, that is 100% accurate, Cal. So we did have the opportunity to go talk to one of the doctors at IBJI, one of our awesome sponsors, and he was nice enough to answer a bunch of questions that have to do specifically with injuries and injury prevention in relation to the world of paddle. So he's a guy that both plays paddle and is around the sport all the time, and then also probably earns a fair percentage of his living off of paddle players that don't take care of themselves. So I think that's probably fair to say. So as the match goes on tonight, we might drop in some snippets of that interview just to, that we kind of have spliced up a little bit.
Yep.
Just to, enhance a little bit, give everybody a little extra knowledge, especially if we hit a moment where Scott and Sasha are going to lob 900 balls in a row, which is not impossible for tonight's match. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear a little bit.
No, God bless those guys. We all, those of us who all have a passion for this game, they want to get back out there. You want to stay out there. And they're kind of committed to making sure that we can. And seriously, and That's kind of cool. And Dr. McCall, he's a good dude, man. He was a real good guy. And like I said, I feel better, after going into the building. I know it sounds weird, but I was having a back issue, and he didn't even look at me. I just ran sound that day. That's it. Didn't do a very good job from what I understand.
And then you got in a car crash on the way home, which I think also helped.
That's not true, is it? That was a fender bender. Somebody did scrape my car in the parking lot.
That's
that
even
was
better
a separate
because
issue.
now we know it's a psychosomatic back issue.
Yeah.
It just was near doctors and I felt better.
Oh, you mean something about me was psychosomatic? What a shock there.
Did you also use some peppermint essential oil, or what was the?
Well, no, he wasn't trying to cure cancer.
Oh no,
I'm
right?
always,
Okay, totally different.
I'm always using oils.
You got to use essential oils.
There.
That is such a great drive right there from Danny Oakes to let that ball go off the back screen to set up early.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, oils, yeah. Calgon, take me away, stuff like that. So, all right. Let's see, 30-15. And as compact a backhand volley as you're going to see out there.
Compact but
Scott
effective.
Manson. Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's the Billy Crystal of backhands.
That was a great reference that is totally outside of your era.
I don't know why.
That's
about
a good one.
30 seconds ago, I thought of Billy Crystal.
Well,
I just wanted to bring him up, so it worked. It worked, yeah.
That was well done.
Women love Billy Crystal.
I can't remember Billy Crystal being in the zeitgeist for the last 20 years.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll watch City Slickers anytime
I was just going to say City Slickers, When Harry Met Sally.
City Slickers 6 is the last one television. No, there was no City Slickers. I'm just saying.
We got some people excited. Although they'll go crazy with franchises like that. Circling back to Smokey and the Bandit, there's a third one, and Burt Reynolds isn't even in it.
Smokey. Yeah. No, that's true. It's just it's just Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis.
Yeah,
Jerry
Reed.
Sorry,
if there's money to be made in a franchise, they're going to squeeze every last drop out of it.
Yeah.
I think we need to have 4 Jaws movies. What do you think?
5.
Yeah. Well, we're just trying to keep up with the rest of the world. Mecha Godzilla versus Rodan. So
Well, yeah, but those are great.
they are.
Gojira.
I just like all the singing that goes on.
Well, what's the scene from the Pierce Brosnan James Bond where he goes in? It's like a tank and he gets caught up under the Godzilla and it starts running around. Don't get scared.
Oh, that might have been
That might be a
GoldenEye.
spoof, actually.
That might have been
yeah,
GoldenEye.
I don't know.
That sounds right.
We're trying.
Yeah.
We're trying. Meanwhile, we got a battle again here.
Meanwhile, in the halls of justice.
Batman and Wonder Woman are trying to deal with the alien ray. So, Ted Knight, God bless that guy. Probably a good paddle player. Anyway, back to this.
All right, 40-30 here.
Yep. To get on the board for Andrew and Scott. Nice.
Well, and again, as Matt previously mentioned, no idea just how important each of these sets will end up being, whether they win or not. So every point more than normal.
This is kind of true pressure. I think if anything, it helps a little bit. Maybe not knowing that this particular match is on the line because the other court is still playing. It's not like they went out there where it was do or die, and it all comes down to this. But it is gonna factor in for sure. Doing a good job picking spots here. Just kind of in pure defense mode.
Nice.
Yeah, finally found a nick.
Oh. All right.
Andrew's really good at that.
And we're back to deuce.
He's been doing that
it is
for
deuce.
forever, but it's just a slight forehand volley stroke. He doesn't really take a huge backswing, and he can still kind of hit it with just enough touch where he can make a waterfall out of it or just a reset overhead. So
Andrew On can do anything he puts his mind to.
wow. You are a fan, Cal.
It's hard not to be.
That's a good point. That is a good point. All right, we got an
Add in, I
add-in
think. Yeah.
point here again to get on the board. It's going to work. Nice. That's not easy to do.
I think that last serve might have been called long, but we didn't have a great angle to see it. Don't change it yet. It just sort of was like one of those things where.
All right, thanks, guys.
That was my gut.
No,
but
yeah.
Couldn't quite tell. That's a good transition. Smart
I mean,
play
look at that.
from
Wow.
long.
Awesome rescreen drive there.
The rescreen. That ball's starting to curl around a little bit.
bet.
Andrew's really kind of finding his swing. Good decision there from Scott. That was close, but clearly going to be in.
Oh, man, he let
That's
it
a
go.
nice call from Sasha.
And Sean had his phone connected to Bluetooth.
Hey, listen, if you're going to be taking phone calls on stream, I think that's awesome. We should be doing more live interviews that way.
Well, I like that particular track, too. I wish it was mine.
Worth it.
I wish it was mine.
Worth the copyright strike.
Yeah, that's about
Good
right.
thing mine's not connected for all the speed metal. Oh, what a shot.
On the board.
No, back to deuce, I
That was
think.
almost like a daily double.
I think back to deuce. It's a good read. One of the things that Andrew has really improved is his positioning at the net. You know, he's really started to do a good job, like anticipating and then stepping over and cutting off the right shots in the right circumstance. A while ago, he sort of flew around the court. He was super athletic, but he was kind of off balance, and now he's really locked it in position-wise.
He'd be a most improved candidate, wouldn't he, Coach?
I mean, yeah, he's only been playing for, a couple years at this point.
It's amazing.
A few seasons maybe, and, just one of those things that comes with, a skill set, and also just like being willing to be a student of the game, right? He would hit with anybody, he would play with anybody, he would try to learn all kinds of different styles and shots, and
Yeah, it's definitely paying off. I mean, one of the more consistent players out there. And definitely, as you said, fleet of foot, man, that guy's, he's a blur when he needs to be. I mean, right now it doesn't look like that, but I tell you what, I'm telling you, you'll see during this match, you will see an afterburner from that guy.
for sure. It's good.
Wow.
Patient point here from Sasha and Danny. They've had a couple of drive opportunities, and they just haven't found the ball that they really liked.
Although sometimes you think they're just thinking, I could stay out here all day.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's a little bit more Sasha's, design as well. I think he just really likes to set up a great opportunity. But this is a little bit of a, sort of a backcourt, Scott Mansinger play as well.
Yep.
Where he, is just willing to just not drive the ball until somebody like falls asleep. Like, okay, the team at the net looks like they're a little bored and they just hit, 1 million overheads.
Right,
now's the time to drive. It's like you can sense that everybody gets a little bit flat-footed after,
lob.
4 straight minutes of overheads. Nice dig.
If he had a theme song, it'd be
Just a little wide on the roller. All right, so that one is going to be a hold to take it to 2-1.
2-1. Making it a match.
Georgievich Oaks.
Well, if he had a theme song, it would be All Night Long by Lionel Richie. I know you can sing that. Yeah, I was gonna say someone here can sing that. Sean's definitely. That's
can't sing.
that's Sean's wheelhouse.
That's the Sean's sweet spot.
Oh, no.
All right. That wasn't me, by the way.
Sean, wow, you have a great voice.
I think Sean needs to
it.
take one cut at it.
Yeah, come on.
I'm not-
Me
I
and
can't.
Matt did.
can't.
I'm
Me
trying,
and
to,
Matt
I'm trying to
did.
finish this chicken sandwich, guys. You're not giving me a chance to do it.
Nobody gets in between Sean and his food. The last man to do that is now inside of Sean. Stomach. Yeah.
He was delicious.
That's not fair. Hey, that's not fair. It was totally inadvertent. I didn't mean
He was
to
caught in the
to
crossfire.
swallow him whole there. So,
They didn't call Sean the vacuum cleaner in high school for nothing.
wow, that could be taken so many different ways.
Nah, I don't know what
All
I'm
right.
talking about.
And back to the action. Oaks serving, getting in his turn this
Getting
time.
those
Yeah.
branches moving.
You bet. Nice. It's not Danny Mahogany, Cal. It's Danny Oaks.
No offense to Danny Oaks. He has a great name to begin with, but Danny Mahogany would be pretty sick.
That would be cool.
It's a fantastic stage name.
Oh. Shot. All right.
Well, and that's the thing about this,
15
too,
all.
is what Matt was pointing out. One of the few observations I can make is that, like, when you have them, they're almost expecting the lob, but you still have to be on your toes all the time.
Yep.
Because they can hit the hardest drive out of anybody.
It's always disconcerting. You play somebody whose drive and lob kind of look the same. Sometimes it's difficult. But if you set up properly, depending on where the ball is, it really shouldn't be an issue one way or the other. But most of the time, it's about position.
Yeah. I think Scott in particular does a great job. He always tries to prep his paddle in a very similar position, and he will set up a drive and then just sort of flip a lob, and it's not really the shot you were looking for.
Absolutely.
I'm surprised Sean didn't break out into the Obi-Wan voice. These are not the shots you're looking for.
Chat is very excited about Chuck Wagon. Yes, Sasha does own the Chuck Wagon in Wilmette, which is a fantastic little restaurant with a rich history in that area.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's awesome little spot. If people, one of those places anytime I'm on the North Shore, stop with my kids. They just burgers and sandwiches and all that kind of stuff. It's great.
And yeah, notice how
And then Chris Mayer says, Sean ate the intern from last year. Yeah, that's what happened. He shouldn't have been standing there. And you gotta be careful
Eight
in
is such
this
a ugly word. It was more like consumed.
Consumed, yeah.
It was like an X-Files thing. It was just,
it was just
kind of, that's what it was. But because we got to watch the FCC. I don't know if the FCC governs this stuff.
Oh, nice drive
watch
right
how
there
we-
from Scott,
watch
sensing
the
that Sasha
verbiage.
was way off the net.
Yeah, we don't really say stuff like that, but
I think it's fine.
yes. So it's fine to
Until I get a letter.
a strongly worded letter came in. I like to call my partner Money a lot. Yeah, I'm talking about paddle now, Cal. Calm down. Cool out.
Enough said, I guess.
All right. It's 2-all, just so you know.
All right, thanks, guys.
Just want to make sure.
No, that's, yeah.
It's okay.
All right.
At least we can keep score out here.
Yeah,
Chat
well-
says the Chuck Wagon burger is the best burger in the burbs by a mile.
Well, to be fair, if you're only searching in a mile radius, you're not going to find that great of burgers.
I knew you were going to take it literally. I knew you were going to be like, well, within a mile. I mean, that's certainly possible. It is the best burger in 1 square mile.
It is funny when people do the rankings in the communities. Had an old instructor I used to work next to who somehow would come up with the wackiest rankings for players.
Well-
Like he would say he was the number 10 player in Schaumburg. I'm kind of like, what? Where,
Yeah.
when did they start Yeah, when did the USTA
Schaumburg
or
Open.
the platform test have a a
To be fair, though,
Schaumburg.
Sean, when most people are making those lists, it's ranking best to worst. You treat it as like a checklist for the day, making sure you get all 10.
Yeah.
That's true. Yes, that's true.
I was top 7 in regionals.
Nice.
It's amazing.
That was a
Good
great
pull right
drive.
there from Danny.
Absolutely.
Stepped up on that early.
That was right in the wheelhouse. He kind of likes the ball. The way he hits the ball, he kind of likes the ball shoulder high. So that's kind of tailor-made for Mr. Oaks. Awesome.
Nice.
You know, why don't we take this moment to thank our other sponsors?
Yes.
Viking
Good
Paddle.
pull, Cal. Viking, Illinois Bone and Joint, and Wind Trust,
Yes.
all
With trust.
sponsors of the CPTC live stream that we've been bringing you
Yep.
all season. You would think that this
Bunch of
tonight
awesome
would be
people,
the
too.
end of the live stream, but as it turns out, we still have a couple of events left on our calendar from Chicago. Obviously, Nationals is this weekend, which everyone should tune in and watch on the APTA network. But we are then going to do the Team Nationals
Yep.
in April, which is just like this, this Series 2 team right here. These teams, have the opportunity to then compete at the national level and put together their best squads to compete against other areas of the country. So that'll be hosted by Exmoor.
It's a cool format.
And we'll be live streaming that for the entire event as well. And then shortly after, we're going to do the Married Mixed also. So looking forward to it. Couple of events left. Just when you thought the paddle season was over,
Yeah, and the arguing will stop.
it's back
It
with a
will not.
vengeance.
No, there'll be plenty of arguing going on, especially during the married mix. Yeah, I'm just saying.
The Married Mixed is
No, I'm
just
kidding.
an opportunity
It
mostly
is.
for
Really, yeah.
marriage counselors to get there.
Supporting local business.
Yeah, exactly. And then he took every overhead, even when I called mine.
Well, the doctors at the IBJI, they can handle you mentally too, just in case.
Yeah,
you're
no, that's
wondering.
definitely in their,
I mean,
their
I could-
wheelhouse.
Yeah.
What seems to be hurting you today? My pride. Is there any chance?
Well, it doesn't surprise me that something's hurting if you're living in a
Great
wheelhouse.
lob right there from Sasha.
Is it like a house that's... I mean, I've heard the saying probably 1,000 times, but what is it actually?
Cal is basically the reincarnation of George Carlin right now.
It's pretty amazing.
It's amazing.
I feel like that's way too generous.
Maybe.
And also a bit disrespectful
Shot.
to the late, great George
He
Carlin.
was an unbelievable career. There's no question. Nice waterfall. That's almost a horseshoe. I know we're calling it a horseshoe now. You turn him around.
Well, you're saying we. I think you're still the only
All
one
right,
who said
look,
it
you know
this
what?
time.
I'm trying to make it a team effort here. Cal, play along. It takes a village. So
Look at that horseshoe. The Bucharest backslash.
in this economy,
Are you kidding me? Sounds like a terrible trade.
probably is. Probably is. Stab. I love it. I'll tell you what. You know what? That's one thing about most paddle players that have two-handed backhands. They have some of the best one-handers. Just kind of one-handed lobs. You just get a really good touch after a while with that. It's amazing. Look at that. That's actually kind of a 1.5 right there. Anyway. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, we are at in here.
Yes, yep. That last lob was just a bit deep.
Shot. Hands.
Ooh, the back foot roll drive from
Yeah.
Danny.
Stylish.
Style points.
There really
Style
should
points
be.
actually are worth more, but only
Yeah.
on the live stream.
Yeah, I
So,
think I think we actually.
it's a fun fact. Is it can be a rare occurrence, but somebody can win this match in the world of paddle, but they can lose the match on the live
Style,
stream.
yeah,
because
right.
of
No,
style
it's true.
points.
It's
We
true.
don't add them in until the end, but it's a big part of the game.
Arguably the most important part of the game.
How'd you do? I looked really good.
Right, but what was the score?
Who cares?
I looked fantastic. Sean gave me a pair of his tailor-made
Just
leather pants.
Oh, I can't fit into them anymore. So, all right.
All right, so 3-2. Bong and
Change it up.
Mansager.
And this is just as competitive as we thought it would be. We're not going to. Are we keeping track of the other courts too? Still,
As much as possible,
Possibly.
yes. I'm going to go get a score update when we have a little
Break in the action.
Maybe in between sets here. Yeah. I actually kind of suspect that the Court 2 match is sort of going to fall under a similar style just because I see Jay Waldenberg over there, and he's a guy who likes to take his time during matches.
Who are you kidding? It takes an eternity. Good player, though.
Yeah. Great drive.
That's gonna drop.
Making the volley work.
Yes. I'll tell you what, Dan Oaks gets back as quick as anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, he really moves well,
impressive.
especially in that position. So this is a smart play here from Scott, especially as, you know, it's kind of interesting, but if you start to feel like you're getting isolated a little bit, one of the things you can do is overcorrect in terms of your positioning and sort of dare players to put more balls in your corner. And you can see that Scott has like moved almost his home base is closer to the center hash mark than it is to the side screen. He's sort of like kind of daring them to go for that ball. It happened
and you
to
know
work
what?
out.
And then technically it didn't work out that time only because he got burned. But you know what? You still want to look at that strategy.
I think it's been
because he doesn't get burned
I
that
do
much.
think it's working. I do think it's going to force them to think about their targets.
I agree. I love that move. And you know what?
Nice
Even
try.
if he missed it, I love that move from Andrew. Just follow that return. And he stuck it. It did spin down, so maybe a little swing on the volley, that's all. Okay, what hands? Come on, really? And then he misses that one, really? Okay. But yeah.
John Mayer wrote a song about that. Why, Georgia, why? But, of course, spelled Jora.
Oh. That might have been like one of those longer one-handed backhand.
Onger,
drive.
if you will.
All right, nice. All right, Cal's getting a little better at that one.
Yeah, maybe a little too much stretch from Andrew on that one, but
Heck, everything Cal says is a stretch right now, Coach. Nice volley. It's okay. Again, from the service line, not an easy shot. So those of you watching at home,
yeah, that's kind of a tough one. I agree with you that you sort of have to play enough of the.
yeah,
You sort of have to play enough of the live stream.
Yes.
Or you have to play enough paddle or see it on the live stream to kind of understand that like that volley from off the net is that difficult to make.
yes. Not only that, he kept it on the one side of the court, which was impressive. All right. We are back at Kenny King. I'm going to keep going with the old Oakland Raiders running back with the 33 there.
And I'll keep it with the F1 stuff. Max Verstappen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in for a long evening here, I think, with these guys. As if it wasn't long already, right?
Yeah, we've been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes. So.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh,
You knew he was waiting.
Sweeney Todd.
Waiting. Ginsu. Just waiting for that one. He enjoyed it.
I mean,
right?
people. We talk a lot about Tyler Frazier and that
Oh yeah.
and that slice, but Andrew Ong, his percentage on that, at least when he's been on the live stream, has been unbelievable.
Yeah, that's true.
I can count on one hand the amount of times he's missed it.
All right. I suppose you're right. Yeah, no, I didn't think of that one.
Somebody in chat, does anyone know the company or individuals that arrange for the live stream? camera setup, audio commentary. And I said, you can email us at cptclivestream@gmail.com unless it's a complaint. And then Paul Atreides popped in and said, the Spacing Guild arranges the streams. That's amazing.
Some clever
fact.
He does it again, but this time it's red. Yeah, no, there's some clever viewers.
One of my favorite parts about the interactivity of chat is just the amount of inside jokes that will pop up with any community online. It's just so entertaining all the time. Just once a stream to pop in and drop some piece of Dune knowledge. What a dig by Sasha. Gosh.
Whoa, he's there. He's there.
Yep. Yeah, smart. Scott's going to move. Oh, great
He hurt
point.
himself. Is he all right?
Great point.
Oh, he's all right. It looked like that was a little painful getting into there, but great point.
You got to respect on the run, Scott yelling, "Go, Scott!" Putting the wheels on.
So we know the teams here, right, Coach? So it's on this side playing like Scott and Andrew are playing for the Harkonnens.
The Harkonnens.
I'm just saying.
They're playing for.
Do we know?
They're playing for Wilmette.
Wilmette? Okay. That makes sense.
I'm sorry, Winnetka.
Winnetka?
I'm trying to
really?
remember
okay.
the teams that are playing.
No, that's right.
Glenbrook
Oh, so it's Glenbrook and Winnetka.
Glenbrook and
Correct.
Winnetka.
But,
Yeah.
yeah. I just want to know who was playing for whom.
Yeah, Sasha and Danny are playing for Glenbrook.
Good. That
This
stayed
one-
in. I thought it was going out.
This one actually is difficult because I know all four of these guys in the other clubs that they play for.
Yeah.
For a series, whatever, 3, 4, all the other stuff that they do. And then at Series 2, it's like, oh, that's right. Everybody's playing 2 or perhaps 3 times a week.
Yep. It's funny. Somebody was asking me, do you really get a workout playing this game? And if you play it well, you play it at this level, you certainly do.
Yeah, we always joked about the toughest part of beginner paddle is paddle.
Right.
The toughest part about beginner paddle is actually starting in the winter. Where, like, if you don't get the beginners out early, and be like, hey, it's September, let's get started, there's a chance that, at the end of October, people would be like, I'm freezing my butt off out here.
I'm not coming out here.
Yeah, if you're just picking up the ball every 3 shots, it's tough. But
Right. Yeah, the other thing is, this is not a game that you're going to win necessarily right off the bat, depending on the level you start playing at. So sometimes it's particularly rough on you if you start and then you do start in the middle of the season. So not only you're freezing, but you're losing and freezing at the same time.
Yeah, I do think that part of the charm of the game is that it requires you to be a little bit more of a cerebral,
definitely.
player.
Yeah.
Like you might have incredible racket skills, but it doesn't mean you're just going to go out there and dominate. Like it's different enough from other racket sports where, it's you just have to learn it. You have to put in the time.
And some of us like me that have neither. no racket skills and no brains.
No cerebral element for you, Sean.
Right, we just enjoy the weather, kind of,
Yeah,
What a beautiful
for those
evening.
2 days in October.
Yeah.
Again, I say that, but this was, perhaps the most mild winter
It really was.
that I've ever been a part of living in Chicago.
Yeah, it was.
It used to snow in April.
It might still snow in April.
No,
these years.
Yeah, we're
That's
not
true.
totally in the
No, we're
clear,
not. I
but
don't think so.
I would say half the time when I was playing like high school tennis as a spring sport, I would shovel the courts for our first practice.
It's true. No,
it would be like, well, we're trying to get started the second week of March, and we would shovel.
Plowing the course.
Yeah, it was.
All right, 30-15, locked at 3-all. I'd say the 111th shot right here at this point. There we go. Oh,
Oh,
Scott's going to want that
got
one
it.
back.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think he had big plans for doing something with that ball, but
Yes.
when he realized he was stepping that far in front of Andrew, he probably was like, maybe I shouldn't be here.
All right.
I think Led Zeppelin wrote a song about that. Communication breakdown.
All right. All right. I was waiting for you. Yeah, there's. you
Well, I
gotta
like
go-
to leave it up for interpretation.
Either the well,
I
I was
wish
just
you were
waiting for
here.
the beat. It's like,
Nice.
yeah, the immigrant song. Anyway, so no, I don't know.
Don't worry, I'll edit that
Dire
out.
Maker. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let it out.
Yeah,
We'll let
maybe,
it that
maybe
out.
I'll just go with Dire Maker. Immigrant song probably is getting a little too political.
Black Dog.
All right. Yeah.
That's a great song.
That is.
You know, I am not going
All
to say the
right.
rest of the story because it's boring. Here we
So
go.
4-3
Thanks for saving us.
on Mansager.
So the Winnetka Scorpion Kings. All right.
Played by Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Scorpion Kings.
I don't know. It just shot out of
This
there.
is going to start to get into like movie spin-off franchises.
Yes. Yes.
It's just anytime they could throw a different character out there.
The Glenbrook Necromancers. That's what they say. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I'm all into mascots. Sorry. So, see if they can even it up here. Sasha and Danny.
Now, this would be an interesting fan duel. The bet that it goes 3 sets and every single one of them end in a tiebreak.
Wow.
That is not impossible with
Yeah,
this
it's-
particular
Not with this
matchup.
match.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, just sort of like nobody's letting like just a bunch of free points leak away.
No.
I mean, the only way this could be closer is if it was 4-4, 15-all. I mean,
Let's see what happens.
Let's watch. Well,
Broncos country,
what?
let's ride.
Good waterfall again. Another great waterfall. These guys, they're just
This guy's opening up a tourist attraction on the Canadian-American border. Centered around the movement of water
How long?
and the
no,
effects of gravity.
keep going. You'll get there.
Yeah.
No.
A 15-minute
You
sentence.
sort of went around the block to go next door on that one, but I liked it.
We got there. Look at that back.
Oh, Andrew with a big swing on that.
He went. He was looking.
That was interesting because it was kind of a weird angle,
It
right?
was.
As a one screener, it kind of came
It
out
was.
really far and
He just
relatively
kinda-
high.
Yeah, it was almost
Great return
perfectly
from
in
Scott.
reverse.
It's going to push them back. Sasha is going to do that classic thing where he looks like he should be off balance, but he won't be at all. It's super annoying. You're
Yeah.
like, I think he's in trouble. Hit a couple more balls at him, and then he comes up with the greatest lob ever.
Yeah, that's very inconsiderate. I don't like that about somebody.
I would like to report this person. What are you reporting them for?
Poor
Oh, they're
manners.
better than me?
Poor manners.
I don't like it. Do that all the time in Fortnite.
The man has the the gall to be better than me and ill-mannered. So, look at that pickup.
Great
Come
volley.
on. Come on. I'd already be walking to the other side like, hey, that point's over. How did Oaks make that volley? It's crazy.
Picked it up like a kid from daycare.
Yeah.
From daycare.
I haven't. I mean, I'm still rethinking that third microphone thing.
Oh, there's a little let cord clipper. Scott definitely finding his groove at this point.
Yeah, that was a definition of wheelhouse right there. So this is break point.
Well, it's half break point.
Sorry, yeah.
It's part of a break point.
Uh-oh.
Little high on that one. He caught that a little bit late. too much arc.
Yeah. Wasn't completely set up for it either, but uh-oh. Another break point. You know, I tell you what, you don't see. I mean, even though the last match notwithstanding, we had a couple of them where we had 2 or 3 faults in a row, but you really haven't seen that. These guys can buckle down when they need to. They just make a serve error.
Yeah,
and they're just like, the next one's automatic.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Still is.
One of my favorite parts, actually, about Scott is that he will occasionally hit a lob and not move his feet at all until he sees the player set up for the shot.
Yeah.
He's not wasting any additional movement.
Nope.
He's just always going to try to keep his balance. It's just a highly efficient, he's like the Fremen of the
Moadib.
platform
Moadib
tennis.
he can kill with a word. Anyway, so nice.
Oh!
He's there. Unbelievable.
What a dig.
Unbelievable. Okay. There's no way I
with the
saw
pick.
that
See,
coming
that's
back.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You're like, look,
yeah.
he's in trouble. And he's like, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Tis but to scratch.
I do the splits regularly.
It's mere flesh wound. I've had worse.
Eventually, you gotta laugh.
Just keep
Just
going.
keep fishing.
Yeah.
Not that I'm one to judge, especially for that. Sean, what's the old saying?
You know what? There are so many that you're going to come up with.
Down the
I
middle
don't-
solves the riddle.
Okay, all right. I just didn't know exactly what.
Well, that
direction
was
we were
down the
going.
middle.
Right.
It was.
And it solved the riddle.
I like these little half-speed drop shots.
So do I.
He's just trying to trap them while they're retreating on their back foot. There's a
Cat
lot of
and mouse.
scrambling going on.
Like someone's making eggs for a breakfast at a diner. Using them with a whisk.
Okay, do we have? Just keep
That's
going.
how you make 'em.
Just keep going.
Well, right,
Cal,
because
till you
as soon
laugh.
as I said diner, sunny side up is kind of what comes to mind.
It's true.
With a whisk.
Or a fork. It's
Nice.
The
Ooh.
Daniel Tosh of the live stream.
Well, I
played
actually
that.
just came up with a fantastic
Nice
idea for a
overhead.
show.
Good dig.
Speed.
That's huge.
Oaks. D.O. That was a great get.
That was a really
Well,
solid.
the thing is, he's fast enough, but I swear that was more of a. He pretty much saw that coming.
was a really solid backspin overhead,
It
too,
was.
from Ong.
It was. It's just the
He
anticipation
made it work.
and turning lemons into lemonade here. Now they have a point to hold, and they do. Conversion.
And they've done it. I'm going to try to grab a score from court
44.
2.
Well, Sean,
You
while
go,
we have
boy.
a second,
Yes, sir.
I just came up with a fantastic idea for a show that I want to pitch you. It is
Throw
a
it at
cooking
me.
show or a baking show called Whiskey Business.
You're a very clever kid there. That's really good, actually. I mean, then again, if I say it's really good, I'm not an endorsement, Cal. Let's
Yeah.
face it.
Well,
I mean,
no,
just
I mean-
because I say, something working.
Well, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Any other genre,
Yeah.
that wouldn't fly. In cooking, though,
oh, that
could
works.
fly.
Oh, yeah. That, what are you talking about? That's a top-rated show in cooking show. What are you saying? Well, the tomahawk, and it works, but they're on it. There is such a thing, as they say, as hitting a tomahawk. When we say tomahawk, I mean a ball that comes up, and it's not quite an overhead, and then just kind of snap it down with your wrist. A tomahawk can be hit too hard. You do that a little too hard, and it comes off the back screen. It's actually easier for your opponent. So you almost want to make a tomahawk if you can, unless you just rip it, almost like it's a waterfall. Yeah. It's like, yeah, sure, coach, whatever you say. What a shot. Yeah, this is like, what's the letter after C? Defense. Check. Yeah, look at it. That's going in too. Man.
well, joining
right.
us on the mic once again, Sean Albrecht.
Gee, gee, I wish
I keep messing that up.
I wish they would grind a little bit with his
So quick update
I think
from
when
court
you
number
left,
2.
this point was still going on. when
Yeah,
you
that
left.
sounds right. Quick update from court number 2. Glenbrook Racket Club took the first set,
Right.
which means that they just played a first set that lasted an hour and 9 minutes.
Unbelievable. Wow. Wow.
And I'm pretty sure that it's Brian Panic and Greg Wotring for Glenbrook over
Oh,
there.
yeah. Yeah, they've been on the CPTC.
Which makes this first set even more important.
Yes. And they're playing like they already know that.
They're playing lights out. And by that, I mean long enough for the city ordinance to force the lights to turn out.
Yeah, that is a good question. I mean, we do have
that's part of the reason. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that Glenview hosts events like this.
they're so far
But
inland.
one of them is that they're far enough away where they don't have, nobody's
Complaining about the lights.
turning.
Right,
yeah,
right.
nobody's turning off the lights on them in the middle of the.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Coach. I really didn't think of that, but you're right. I mean, from the road, they're way, as I said, inland, and you'd have no idea.
Yeah, I think they have less conflict with the few neighbors.
Absolutely.
It's so bright.
Well, who's going to complain anyway? Dr. Beeper, Judge Schmales. I don't think so.
Don't you people have homes?
They'll take a toke. All right, so
Oh, what a great volley.
miscomm.
Little miscommunication
Just
in the
a
middle,
little bit.
but
You know what they say, Sean? Down the middle solves the riddle.
Yes, sir.
I will kill you.
With kindness.
I will kill him.
I will kill him.
We're just dooning out down here. All right.
Sting was really
Yes.
not a good actor.
Well, not really.
He was just
Yeah.
not. Oh, and the lead cord.
Oh, how does that happen? He's just a good person. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. You get to be a good person. You get lead cords. I don't get any, by the
You
way.
mean
Cal,
Sasha or
yeah.
Sting? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I thought you were
don't
talking
know
about Sting.
enough. I mean, I know he knows how to play the lute, but I don't know that he's.
And that's how I met your mother.
I don't know if that makes you a
So,
good person. But
Yeah.
It makes you a
Hey,
talented
kids.
person.
That's true.
That's right, kids. That's how I met your mother. Playing the lute. So, actually, in my opinion, Sting's best role was in Munchausen, Baron Munchausen, the Avenger.
Oh, that's right.
He was there for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was.
He basically was treasonously spying
Yeah.
for the opposite side, and then when he gave them some information they could really, use, they basically killed him. So
Well, you know what? I'm surprised that he never
dig.
got I guess he probably would have turned it down, but never got a role on Reno 911.
oh, what
Just
a
one
cut.
too many cutters with the
Just
direction
didn't-
change.
You know what? One, I think Oaks actually, like he did last time, did read that really well, but Andrew just hit his exceptional cutter. I mean, that thing was like not even a foot from the net when it spun back. So, I mean, it's like, what do they say? What are you supposed to do with that? I think that's the phrase, right? What's supposed to do with that? Wow.
Nice dig.
Again,
Jeez.
speed.
Oh, that's tough.
Great
I
plan,
totally
though.
I mean,
5-4.
Sasha really was just trying to give Danny a little extra time to recover,
Yes.
and so he put extra on the lob,
Yep.
and then it drifted just a little bit long.
By the way, most people don't look at speed and quickness the same way because they would talk about just sheer foot speed. I mean, you can see that, the eye test. That'll pass the eye test. But there's also, when I say quickness, your reflexes, the ability to recognize it, and that gives you speed. They always talk about when McEnroe was in his prime in the tennis field, it's not as though he was as fast as Borg or as fast as some of these guys who are speedsters. It's just he recognized situations so much more quickly, and he got an extra step out of it. So it seemed like he was faster. So that happens, and I think Dan Oakes has just speed anyway. But when you couple that with anticipation, I think all these guys have some afterburner speed. But
or kind of like in that last match, how out of all 4 players, Connor was the only one who was willing to just stay at the net as stuff unraveled because he just was willing to rely on the speed of his reflexes and just
confidence.
Everybody else was backing off in that situation. He was just holding his ground and sticking the volley.
I think they call it macho. I'm just saying. Somebody just got married.
That's a sneaky shot. Yep.
Yeah, so worth pointing out, I think what they're discussing now is there was a ball that Scott played that I think was kind of clearly out. So he was very generous on that one. But the ball doesn't lie.
Nice drive. Oh, that's tough.
A little swinging.
Yeah, that was
volley.
a solid enough volley. That thing did not float enough for Andrew to be able to convert the sort of follow-up blitz. Sneaky.
Yeah. The ball kicked more than you thought it would, still be able to bring it down. Nice. I tell you what, it's an absolute party in the clubhouse.
Oh yeah,
this is just it's one of these things where, like I said,
this is one of those nights where everybody from all the leagues, anyone that has played any paddle in the leagues here in Chicago, is invited to this closing party at Glenview.
Yep.
And I'm not even sure at this point, because the league is so big, that everyone is even aware of that being the case.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
That like part of your league entry fee pays for this party at the end of the year.
Yep.
And is sort of included in everything that we do. But we probably always get, I don't know, 400 to 500 people showing up.
Easily.
I think the Eagles wrote a song about that.
What was it called?
One of those nights.
Down the middle solves a riddle.
That would be a great song.
Take the Eagles out of my rotation playlist.
Well, I tell you what, there are a couple guys that are making up for the fact that other people aren't here by taking an extra beer or two. I can tell you that much. And good for them. You know what? Good for them. That's fine. Just don't drive home. That's all. But it's a good time, and the food is phenomenal.
Oh.
I mean, that was a great chicken sandwich. I feel like doing the entire scene from The In-Laws about a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, I know we were talking about the truck wagon burger being the best, in the area
and it
on
probably
the North
is.
Shore, but in the world of club burgers, Glenview is in the conversation for sure.
There. Yeah. I mean, I had the chicken sandwich because, I was too lazy to go get the burger. I'll be honest with you. I was just on one side of the table, and they're just like, here, have a chicken sandwich, and so I grabbed it. Because I really did want a burger, but I think it's a motivation thing, guys. That's what it is. Do I have enough energy
to make it across
my
the
fat
table?
Carcass, yeah, to get that hamburger? And I'm kind of like, no, I'm pretty much settling on the chicken
I think
sandwich.
you do.
Yeah.
Really making Scott play a lot of balls here. You'll see the patience be a very intentional part of this strategy, where they will kind of try to freeze out Andrew and then just send the ball his direction when they feel like maybe they've frozen him out enough to draw an error. He's not taking the bait at the moment.
No. It is not likely to. That's a great shot.
What a great
What
dig.
a get. That's what I mean by just smooth afterburners. He doesn't even look like he's moving that fast, but just fast enough to get over there.
He's a smooth operator.
And this is sort of a classic, strategy from Scott, in this regard, is kind of like great play.
Smart. And again,
so at 30 all 5-4, right? This is sort of a classic, strategy from Scott, is like, now we're going to lob every ball and make these guys hit a perfect shot to beat us.
Yep.
And they just absolutely waited for the perfect opportunity to take advantage, and they get a set point out of it.
Absolutely.
And there
Kudos
it
to
is.
Andrew, and it can convert it. And kudos to Andrew not hitting the volley on that last point too hard.
Yep, really well done. So,
All right.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break and hear from our sponsors, and we'll be back right after this from IBJI.
From the heart of Chicago up to the North Shore and stretching from the northwest suburbs down to Kankakee. From urgent in-office care to virtual in-home visits, we're making orthopedic care available wherever and however you need it. Because while we're adapting our lives to keep each other safe, we know that new injuries will happen and old injuries will still linger. And IBJI is here to help.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is the best choice for orthopedic care. Our walk-in ortho access clinics provide treatment by orthopedic specialists without a trip to the ER. With evening and weekend hours, we provide your family with excellent care when it matters most. Visit ibji.com to find an ortho.
So I think paddle is one of those sports where everybody has some soreness from time to time. And I think the time to see a medical professional is when that soreness crosses over into more debility, right? You can't do the things that you like to do, can't perform, and the common things that you would try at home, rest, ice, compression, elevation, over-the-counter medications like Tylenol or Advil just aren't doing it. I think that's a good time to make a call and go see somebody to have a proper diagnosis and come up with a treatment plan.
Cal,
Welcome back,
love
ladies
it.
and gentlemen.
Cal, will you calm down? I'm just kidding, man. You gotta, you know.
Let's take a poll for the chat. If someone were to say reflection, would you think of light, sound, or skin tone, apparently?
Well, anyway,
Because
that was
apparently, in no particular order
No.
to Sean Albrecht, it is sound,
like to-
skin tone, and then light.
that's right.
I like
It's-
to reflect any negative energy that's sent my direction back to the other person. Because I'm rubber and they're glue, and whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you.
Is that Eminem Rap God?
No,
Oh.
that's DMX.
Is it really?
You know what?
Those are the
sometimes
lyrics to an
being
Eminem
young-
song, which is why I was impressed that you knew
Sometimes
it.
being young, Cal, there's some disadvantage to that because we can say whatever we want.
Right, you just
and
be
you're not
like,
gonna
yeah,
know.
that's a, yeah,
No
that's,
idea.
that's a thing.
Anyway, that was
we
Dr.
do.
Brian McCall, just so everybody knows. That was Dr. Brian McCall from the IBJI.
Yeah, we've had the ability to make some clips out of the interview that we were able to do with him, and we'll just kind of be dropping them in throughout the streams to
Yep.
bring everybody some additional knowledge.
And
in
how about that
the
audio
world of-
quality, though, in the interview?
Oh, I think we're right there.
We're-
And how about that video, too?
well, you know, it's all the reflections.
Well, no,
in the-
but here's the thing, is that even with our, let's call it inexperience, Dr. McCall really carries it. He's
He
the
does.
ultimate professional. No, he
does.
really, I mean,
handled
he
it.
yeah.
Good
he
sense of
was-
humor,
yeah,
too.
Fantastic.
I like
Very
that guy.
knowledgeable, well-spoken.
Yep, absolutely.
I wouldn't want to face him on the court, that's for sure. Because I don't know how to play paddle.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially,
I would be playing
especially
pickleball.
with your line calls, because apparently he doesn't take kindly to.
Well, plus he has a vested interest in making sure that you do it right and you stay healthy.
Yeah.
Yes.
because of his background.
Yeah.
All right, so we're getting ready to start set number 2 here at Glenview Club in beautiful Gulf, Illinois. This is the championship matches here tonight.
Yep.
Winnetka versus Glenbrook.
Exactly.
Over here in the first set, Scott and Andrew won the first set 6-4. Just starting the second set now. Over on the far side, due side, is Danny Oakes and his partner, Sasha Georgievich.
Well, here's
Exactly.
also one thing to think about is that Andrew Ong, every time he steps on the court, he knows he's at least winning Best Hair Award.
Well, yeah. I mean,
The
you
Troy
got, you got some,
Polamalu.
when you have the option to even consider a man bun, you have to
Look
know
at that.
that's
Come
just
on.
ridiculous.
Jeez, as soon as
Cutter.
it hit that side screen, that thing's just going to.
That was almost a horseshoe in a different way.
It was, yeah.
Great first volley, too.
Yeah, that's a. That's a Tasmanian horseshoe.
There's another one.
No, he's there.
He is feeling relaxed after winning the first set.
Yep.
Really ramping up the speed.
The muscle relaxers he took in between the sets also helped.
That's fine. Paddle is not a tested sport, so
Yeah, so
most of these guys should basically be doing anything they can get their hands on.
I think there's something in the chicken, though, Coach, because I'm feeling pretty relaxed myself
Yeah.
right now. There's got to be. I don't know what it is, but I'm liking it.
It's the right combination of anabolic steroids and MSG to really push everybody over the top. Although, I mean, Sasha and Danny are doing a great job digging and playing defense. There's just
No, not
maybe
much
not a lot
separating
you
these
can
two
do.
teams. No, it's a good point, Coach. It's not like this has been a blow. That caught. Wow, it looked a little long to me.
Yeah, it could have been.
This is
I
why
don't
I
know.
get
It
kicked
was
out every
close.
place I try to play.
Yeah, it was close, but
All right, so they win the first game of the second
set. 1Z.
Yeah.
To all our British fans out there.
Or Canadians.
That's true. That's actually a good point.
So, Coach, when let's say you're playing a match and you're up, do you take less time on the changeover, or do you take your time on the changeover?
I think that probably has more to do with your own style of play that makes you successful.
I suppose you're right.
Honestly, you know what I mean? Like if you're a team that is going to lob 9,000 balls and it's just sort of about, a very pinpoint, accuracy and that kind of strategy, then like take all the time you want. Like that's what you're trying to emulate on the court is like slow and smooth.
Yep.
If you're sprinting around hitting big shots and transitioning all the time, that and you're ahead, that might benefit. A shorter, quicker changeover might be a benefit. But I don't know. I mean, that's just sort of a weird one when it comes to individual players, right?
Yep.
In terms of what they like to do. What a great move from Ong. Sasha
Awesome.
dug that out.
Anticipation of that high bouncing overhead.
Another great dig right there from Danny. Soon as he hit it, he knew it was too thin.
You're going to have, at this point, just because he's hit a bunch of them,
Yeah.
and most of them have been successful.
Yeah,
let's
you're
face
going to
it.
have that one that you ramp up a little
Yeah.
bit too much. It goes a little too.
Well, I think also that Oaks is, who's usually being the one to go after him, he's actually anticipating him now. Anyway, we'll go Australian here now. That's 15-0. What a beautiful return.
Nice
Man,
dig.
that's amazing.
Oh, wow.
It's in there.
Scott
he got
really
it. Oh, how
picked
did
his
he?
spots
Come
early.
on. I mean, seriously.
It's a good shot there from Sasha as well.
Nice lob, Sasha.
To look for that ball.
It's in there.
This beginning of this set is a little more rapid fire than we had in the first set. Vamos. It's funny what comes to mind when we were talking about sort of the pace of play and the style.
Yeah.
I always think about the differences between like Nadal and Agassi, right?
Yeah.
Like Nadal is like could not wait. He would take, if you gave him 2 minutes between points, he would use it.
He'd take it.
Yep. And then you got Agassi, who basically would just walk to the other side, find his spot, and then be irritated when the other person wasn't ready to return the serve.
Yeah.
And he was just, he would just take 5 steps and be like, okay, let's go.
Exactly.
It's just always interesting to see the style differences. Which is also sort of interesting because, it's not like Nadal isn't an aggressive player.
Nope.
But just, sort of style-based stuff.
Maybe a little more physical the way he hits the ball.
Yeah,
In
but
other words, it took
also
more
like with
out
his
of him.
background on clay, he's
Yeah.
just willing to play points that last longer.
That's true.
And so it makes sense that he would be willing to take more time between points.
I
I
tell
guess.
you what. This is kind of fun to actually think about. But can you imagine even Rafa figuring out how to hit a platform tennis ball with a paddle? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to be on the other
No.
side of that thing? I don't.
As a lefty, no, I don't think.
Oh, geez.
I don't think anyone would want to break the laws of physics.
All right, we're looking at. If I'm not mistaken,
Right.
is that 3 or
No,
2?
it's 2.
2-0.
Yeah.
Scott to serve.
Yeah, that's happening more and more, Coach. You see in the game where more tennis players are getting involved in paddle. And we're seeing a lot more, well, racket skills with a lot of the players. Not that the guys that didn't play either college or high school tennis or even something past college tennis don't have great strokes, because you don't have to be. I think there's a lot of players out there that have shown that you don't have to be a rackets person from way back to play great paddle.
Yeah.
There's some great players out there that just were cross-trained, so to speak, and they were just great athletes, and they just learned the game.
I feel like you're seeing that a lot more with pickleball, a lot faster. Like there are a lot of really, not to say not in paddle, but in pickleball, like, I mean, the best possible shot is changing every other week.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's also an interesting one, because I don't think that the other thing pickleball is doing is like changing the rules to try to make it be a certain type of thing.
Yep.
Which is also interesting, where they're making it so that like certain types of serves aren't allowed, and
right.
You know, here's when you can and can't do stuff. Like there's sort of more limitations coming up on that.
Sorry, sir. No toothpicks while you're.
Well, yeah.
I guess paddle did have a sort of a similar situation when they did have to come out with the rule that you're not allowed to hit the ball so hard that it goes off the back screen and then crosses the plane of the net again, or you automatically lose the point. Like that's like hitting the ball out over the top of the wires.
Yeah.
That was such a good move from Andrew to force that error. It's not like Sasha wasn't ready for the volley. He just was trying to make it perfect.
You know, Sasha didn't miss it by much, by the way.
Nope.
Hit the top of the tape.
Yeah. So it's just, you know, it'll just be interesting to see how the game continues to kind of change and innovate as new players come along.
Well, I know I've heard a lot of people say, like, one of the things they like about pickleball is, oh, I'm not scared of the wiffle ball, but you haven't played against the right person if you say that, because it is terrifying. And you can't judge it at all, because the way the wind affects it, it's terrifying.
Not terrifying in a way where you're going to, like, lose an eye.
No, that is paddle, I mean.
Yeah.
That means it's going to smart.
All right.
And
3-0.
Yep.
See if Glenbrook can get back on the horse here. Kind of find their groove. It really seems like taking that first set loosened up Scott and Andrew to a point where, you know, there's just not a lot you can do when somebody gets hot from the net in particular. If they're just willing to swing that big at every overhead and 90% of them are going in, you're just going to have to hope that they cool off, see if you can stick around long enough that they cool off.
And it's not as though the wind has been taken out of Sasha and Danny's sails. I mean, it's not that. Sometimes you just give credit to the other team. They're actually bringing it a little bit more, like right there. That's what we're talking about.
It also goes to mention, since you guys were talking about Rafa, I guess some people could take this as an insult, but I don't mean it as one. Danny does a through the legs before he serves every time.
Yep.
But it's stylish.
Sort of his routine.
Yeah.
Hey, good serve. Caught the
I'm going to say
nick.
Isner started that. I think so. John Isner from the tennis tour.
When you're 9 feet tall.
I know who John Isner is.
Okay. Oh, just Andrew's just ticked that he missed. Come on, man. Yeah. Oh, come on, you're not trying. Anyway, 30 all. It's a great return.
Good dig.
And you know what? Yeah, just give Oaks credit. That was a huge volley.
Yep.
That's the thing about, like, any racket sport that can be so demoralizing to look at the scoreboard. when like you know that you've only lost 3 points, but you're down 3 games.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, these haven't been as close, but it's not like they've been 40-0 every.
Yeah, this
game.
is an incredibly important game for both teams. I mean, the difference between going up 4-0 versus being 3-1 is, 3-1 is still very doable in the world of winning a set.
Without question,
4-0
Coach.
feels like there's just, you're really climbing uphill.
Yeah. And the other daunting factor is, and I mean, it affects everybody. It's not as though nobody ever decides to give up. The idea, though, is it's daunting to think, okay, if we're going to climb back into this thing, we're going to have to slow everything down. We're going to have to play more conservative. It's going to take more out of us. We're going to have to come back from 3-love and get the second set and then go to a third and win it. And it's really sometimes a battle of wills when it comes to that, because it really is about, hey, how bad do you want it? And are you going to, hoist the fortitude to a certain point where you're just like not going away. And then sometimes it's, again, you just let the chips fall where they may, and if it may not be your night that night. But
That is great play from Sasha
Oh,
here
you're
to
kidding.
kind of
Come
shut
on.
down this attack.
yeah. And then because I was actually in Paris over the summer, and I think the French kind of have a saying where the moment is not right.
Oh, what a dig from
Look at
Scott.
this. He's
I love the play there from Sasha as well, but just
yeah.
phenomenal get.
Yeah, I was talking to this
From
guy,
Mansacker.
and he's under the impression that basically if you are playing a match, some days it's just not your day. So it's the moment is not right.
Yeah.
It's not that you're not playing well or the strategy isn't there. It's just the moment. So that's all. Shot. Look at that. Oh.
Really
I mean, they're
kind of
just rolling.
forcing, really
Yeah.
kind of forcing Danny and Sasha to stretch around the court right now. Just it seems like a lot of what they're doing is making them uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of all coming together. They also haven't, outside of Andrew missing one return, they haven't made an error in a while.
No. Perfect paddle, Coach. It's a great new show on Netflix.
It's right after Ghost Nurse.
And Wistful Thinking. Or wait, no, it's Whiskey Business.
Whiskey Business.
It'll be
Oh wait, now that I say that again, that sounds like something else.
I thought that's why you were doing it.
well, wait a minute.
No, I meant to go like Risky Business, but whisk isn't like a
we know
like a
what
Yeah,
you
whisk.
no, I
meant
get
there.
it.
Right,
We know what you
now
meant there, Cal.
yeah. I didn't even hear
I
the
think
whiskey
that train
part.
already already left the station. No pun intended. Okay. So
Which kind of whisk
there.
is
He
not
got
a
it.
question I thought I'd ever have to ask
no.
in a conversation.
All right, then we'll stick with
You
wistful.
mean whiskey or whiskey? Or do you
Wistful
mean?
thinking is better.
Okay.
Cal
was
is the
more clear.
king of wistful thinking.
This is going to be one of the best UPN lineups ever.
You know what's the best thing about this tent, Coach? Nobody wants to come
that
in
it's
here.
cold?
It's actually warmer outside.
Actually, that's accurate.
I'm totally hogging
Look
the
at
space
this.
heater.
You are kind of.
Although calling it a space heater is a bit of a misnomer. It's more of
That's
like a
awesome. He's there.
What a dig, Danny! Jeez.
I'm telling you,
Unbelievable.
he's like Michael Johnson. I mean, the guy
Johnson.
he should have gold shoes on.
But this is the kind of stuff, like a couple of points like this where the whole goal is to be like, he's just going after it. I was going to say, if you can win a couple of points like that, that maybe it would force Andrew and Scott to cool off a little,
Yep. Yeah.
But it looks like they get to retain the momentum. No, a little
so
wide.
every game of paddle is like an old game of NBA Jam.
It's starting to heat up.
Yeah. Cooling people off.
He's heating up.
Andrew also uses what Kevin Anderson from South Africa used to do, where his right and left hand don't touch before he starts his serve.
Yeah.
They kind of hang in midair and they don't touch it. And so they don't come together, which is, kind of a rhythm thing. I never noticed that, but there are a lot of players that are real successful servers and real consistent servers that do that.
That is so much action on that overhead.
Yeah.
As soon as that thing hit the side screen, the point was over.
Yeah. It's like a pinball. All right, 40-15. Point away from 5-love lead in the second set for the
Little deep.
Scorpion Kings.
That's like the second error.
Still a game point. Yeah.
Jeez.
Unbelievable.
Yep, and the leg guard. There you go. That's all you got to do to win a point, guys. You can
All
do
right,
it.
I tell you what,
That's such a great point.
Danny and Sasha just have a highlight reel going on with some of this stuff. Oaks, in particular, in the last couple of points. That's clipped.
Just a little
I thought I was gonna
deep.
say clipping the line. Can't miss a ball, this guy. He's human.
Quit the grind here from
Yeah.
Sasha and Danny. See if they can
Get on
flip the
board.
switch a little bit.
Oh, he tries to hammer that backhand tomahawk looking.
Bucharest
backhand.
backslash.
It's not a Bucharest backslash. It's got to be over his shoulder.
So what the Bucharest backslash is like?
It's one of these. No, it's one of these. Bang.
Oh, okay.
I know.
So it's one-handed.
It is.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
All right, here we go. Point away from a 5-love lead again. Give Sasha and Danny credit, though. They are hanging here. They're not.
They're keeping them
Yeah,
Yeah,
honest.
I mean, I know it's
No.
tough, but paddle is not this like universal. It's not a lock in that regard. Where
Nope. Yeah, it's pretty easy to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory in this game. I've done it many times, and a lot of people don't like that about the game, where you really do have to kind of see it through to the end as much as you could be rolling, unless there's such a marked.
Nice.
Wow.
That's tough.
Unbelievable. All
That's
right.
tough. What a
5
great.
love.
I mean, Sasha made the right call too.
He sure
just
did.
blasted it at Scott, who was closest to the net, and he was just on the volley.
Yeah, the idea that if there is a noted or a marked difference between the levels of the teams, you can get away with maybe doing pretty much what you want out there. But when the levels and the level is out there and we have the depth we do here, you just can't get away with some of this stuff.
Yeah.
So you got to pretty much finish the match if you're going to look to win it. So at any rate, Sasha's going to see if they can keep themselves alive here. For the necromongers. So yeah, there it is. Taste your own medicine. There to go. That'll go.
Yep.
Attaboy.
Sasha throwing the kitchen sink
You bet.
now. Probably not one of the shots that he is most known
Low.
for.
They're there.
Good talk. Oh,
there,
nice
he's there.
dig.
Oh yeah. Oh
Sasha.
yeah. Not to be
Good
denied.
move. Yep.
Super
Just kinda
teamwork on that
Clipped Andrew's paddle as it.
near collision
Went
at the
past.
baseline.
Great volley. Again.
Yeah.
Oh, it went out. So that point is Andrew and Scott.
Yep.
Doesn't happen very often.
30-15.
Lame.
They hit it so hard that it went off the screen and then out of the court.
I
Which
mean,
is
it makes
actually
sense,
kind of an
yeah.
interesting, dynamic especially in the in the world of competitive paddle, is that it's not about how hard you can hit the ball; it's about how hard you can hit it and keep it in the court.
Exactly.
You know, so just changes a lot of the strategy and the targets and what you can do with the ball. Nice shot from Andrew. He really held that one.
He is rolling. A lot of parallels, at least there, where with paddle and other sports, kind of like, hey, in golf, you can't keep it in the fairway. It doesn't matter if you can hit the ball a mile.
Right.
It's the same type of thing. He's there.
It was funny. I was playing golf with my dad, and one of the things that came up is he was like, for a while, he was like, trying to go super controlled. Wow, what a dig! Get there.
Yeah.
Yes!
Oh,
it was wide.
Did he pull that off?
Oh, it was wide.
Oh. I was going to say,
that's too bad.
I thought Keegan De Silva's tournament might have been the shot
oh
of the tournament.
My gosh, that would have been incredible.
That might have been the shot of the tournament right there.
Match point here.
Yes, Sasha, get the dribbler. Get one more in there for deuce. So my dad had this moment where he was trying to play super controlled golf and not hit his drive so hard, and then he realized that he was in the woods half the time anyway, so he's like, I'd rather be closer. So he just went back to swinging as hard as he could.
No, there's something to be said for that, Coach,
It's like, well...
Yeah.
He was like, if I actually dialed it back and then I put 90% of my drives in the fairway, that would be one thing. But that's not what happens.
It's not happening. Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm going to go back to just hitting it an extra 50 yards and just being in the
I'm in the rhubarb,
half the time anyway.
Yeah,
the rhubarb?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We call that the rhubarb. Not that there's a lot of rhubarb.
All right, so
right. No,
point.
because that's not how it's grown. Yeah.
Match point over here, yep.
Second match point.
Correct.
So
a little wide.
Staving it off. Well, there's always an alternate philosophy. I would like to put it that way, because there's the I don't play often enough not to gamble ideology. You know, and I'm talking about not just golf. I mean, you could apply that to paddle.
Yep.
You can apply that to pretty much anything. But it doesn't really work very well in paddle. Just out, and there it is.
2 sets.
Wow.
6-4, 6-0. Andrew Ong and Scott Mansager take it. Sasha and Danny with a valiant effort.
Yes.
Here's what we are going to do. We are going to see where the other court is at and if we can move them over to play over here with us on the live stream if possible, because I know that they are probably deep in the second set or maybe just starting the third, but since these guys went 2, we're going to try to slide them over, see what we can get, and then bring you a score update from this head-to-head matchup for the league finals here for Series 2 at Glenview Club. So give us a couple minutes to work on that, and we'll be back in a minute.
You bet.
From the heart of Chicago up to the North Shore and stretching from the northwest suburbs down to Kankakee. From urgent in-office care to virtual in-home visits, we're making orthopedic care available wherever and however you need it. Because while we're adapting our lives to keep each other safe, we know that new injuries will happen and old injuries will still linger. And IBJI is here.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is the best choice for orthopedic care. Our walk-in ortho access clinics provide treatment by orthopedic specialists without a trip to the ER. With evening and weekend hours, we provide your family with excellent care when it matters most. Visit IBJI.com to find an ortho access immediate care clinic near you.
Oh, that's...
Let it go. Let it go. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? We're making up for lost time here.
So I think paddle is one of those sports where everybody has some soreness from time to time. And I think the time to see a medical professional is when that soreness crosses over into more debility, right? You can't do the things that you like to do, can't perform, and the common things that you would try at home, rest, ice, compression, elevation, over-the-counter medications like Tylenol or Advil just aren't doing it. I think that's a good time to make a call and go see somebody to have a proper diagnosis and come up with a treatment plan.
All right.
Okay, here we are. We moved these guys over. They're in the second set. Actually, pretty early in the second set, seeing as how they started before the Court 1 match even went on.
We call that patience, Macho.
Yeah, for sure. So over here on this side, closest to us, is Brian Faig, and then Greg Wotring over there on the deuce side, Brian Panic in the blue, and the illustrious Jay Waldenberg right here digging balls out with his hat in the ad side. He's not digging balls with his hat. He just happens to be wearing that hat.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a modified Ushanka?
I think that it is, yeah. And he's a big deer hunter, so obviously that's not true at all.
Well, but that I bought it with the hat.
Yeah, well, you know.
I buy most of what you sell.
Thanks. So it seems like this match is all going to come down to this. I got to figure out what the full score is.
5-all is what they just said. So.
Tonight, yep. And I got to figure out where they're at in terms of how all of the matches have broken down.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think this would be consequential here. No?
Yeah.
Oh, what a rip from
and you know
Panic.
What?
Just has such a monster backhand. He also, is one of those guys that is sort of like his preparation and the amount of power that comes through on the shot do not look.
No.
They don't match up.
Nope.
It's this like nice compact motion, and then he can just rock it.
Yep. And kudos to Jay for being in the way of that thing. He actually had it.
Yep.
Handled it pretty well.
Yep. He's a crafty veteran who's,
wily
knows the stats and the strategy.
Unquestionably. Just trying, maybe going a little too far wide with that roller, but not a bad move.
And look at where Jay's standing there.
Oh, yeah. Kind of common when you want that forehand return. Just put your back pretty
Nice
much on the
dig.
side screen. It was.
Jay can really grind out of the corner. He'll play the screens.
Oh,
and
yeah.
willing to make it happen.
All right, Cal, grow up, will you?
I don't know what you're talking about. I was looking at something on my.
All right,
yeah.
fine. All right,
No idea what you're talking about.
I just. You
That
know
being
what,
said,
I
one
have
thing
kids
that
your age, and I have to discipline them as well.
Well, sure. One thing I really like about watching Jay is he does that forehand, or I guess it's his backhand volley, but he does the Iron Man where he pushes the hand up against the back of the paddle.
Oh yeah.
It's very stylish and effective. There it is. Boom.
Yep. Kind of a 1.5-hander.
Yeah.
Good looking backhand there. Oh, tell you what. All right, 1-3. Looks like Brian's going to serve. Maybe not. Take it back. That's one thing I guess I left the shotgun mic at a certain level. We're not picking up a lot of the chatter out there, which would be fine. These guys have a right to privacy. I don't know if it really qualifies as privacy. Privacy. That's a nice shot there.
Now, Sean, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but you've had a very, let's call it a long tenure
dig.
as a racket sport professional.
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Does it, when you're facing somebody, either in doubles or singles, that has your same name, does the pressure just add up that much more to see who is the better, who's the Brian? Because there can only be one Brian.
And you know what? There aren't too many. It's funny. I don't play too many Seans anyway. Probably would have lost to them anyway. Odds are. I'm just telling you. That's one thing I am fond of telling people when they talk about where I've played tennis, for that matter. But I've lost pretty much all over the nation, and even the world at that point. So. Love 15, by the way. Oh, that's kind of an uncharacteristic miss from Jay. He's got a nice forehand, and he kind of sets up for it on a regular basis. Of course, he did have to take that kind of early as a half volley.
Yeah, they did sort of add enough pressure to the shot where.
Yeah. He's picking it up off his shoe
I'm going to
tops.
steal another racing term, but I feel like it's fair to call Jay Mr. Consistency.
That's true. I mean, he does. He
really
has that style.
Yeah.
He has that style to his game.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're not. It's going to take a while to get him off the court.
Yeah.
Even if it is, straight sets. If he were to lose with his partner, it's not going to be because some easy errors. He's going to stay there. And you could say that for most really good paddle players.
Sure.
Oh. All right, so this is interesting. So sometimes Jay will stay in a ready position with his paddle literally out front, almost like in a neutral position. And that can be helpful, but it can also be problematic because sometimes you can actually suffer a little bit of indecision there. Do I take that on the backhand or do I take that on the forehand? And that's one reason why most of us instructors will tell you to wait ready for a backhand volley and usually use the backhand volley to hit the ball and then flip to hit a forehand if you need to. And I'm not knocking Jay. I've done it many times. That was a great shot.
4-1. So the current match score, by the way, with the other three courts completed is 6-5 Winnetka.
Really?
Up with a lead. So that means that it is going to kind of all come down to this match. And if Panic and Wotring can pull this one out, that would be the victory
by
for
7-6.
Wow, turn the tables
That's
a little
wild.
bit. So technically they're down 5-6 right now,
Well,
being up 4-1.
As
Is that
they
right?
have one, as they have one set, I believe it's 5-5 then.
I guess you could
Does
call
that
it
make
yeah,
it
sure.
so we're
Yeah,
tied?
we're
So going
tied.
forward.
So this set right here is basically what the whole match rides on. Am I wrong?
Yeah, and then if they were to end up in a tie, I do think that they would start to go down to, individual
Games.
sets and
Or sets, games, yeah,
or maybe
okay.
they've changed the format since the last time that I played, and they would force everyone to play a tiebreaker. I don't know.
Great backhand from Brian Fink. He's there. Oh, it's great location. I mean, perfect. Absolutely perfect location. All right. Watching the serve here. Just missed. That'll take us to 5-all or 15-all if you want to be technical about it. Such an old timer out to say 5-all.
I don't have a problem with 5-all. I do have a problem when people, like, when you're in a deuce and they'll go back, like, oh, 5-all, 15-30. Like, they'll use that instead of add in or out. I don't like that.
Really?
You're saying really that I don't like it, or really that happens?
I'm not sure that happens quite as
well,
much
it
as I
happens
thought.
at the
I have run
adolescent
into,
level, let's call it.
I have run into a few unique people that say 30 deuce.
Yes,
That's what I
and
was
I always
yeah.
think it's
and
interesting.
then 40 deuce. They'll say that too, which is funny to me. But yeah. Oh, the guys that, in tennis, they'll announce the second serve.
Oh, that would have been cool.
That would have been awesome.
That was a heavy roller right there
know.
from Brian. If he was able to,
He almost
if
snapped it back down, I know.
If Panic was able to pull that off, that would have been really neat.
Yeah.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. He could have paved a parking lot with that roller.
All right. So Orchard Panic still down 15-30 in this game. Backhand. Nice. I love it. He's there.
Great
Good
dig.
reaction.
Yep.
Oh.
Such a good read and move right there.
All right. Double break point here. Maybe Woldenberg and Fink can climb back into this thing. Yes.
All right, well, I'll give us something
Nice.
to talk about. I have a question for you guys.
We got plenty to talk about.
Yeah, we got plenty to talk about, Sean. That's right.
Yes, sir.
All right, so paddle and tennis, right? I don't want to say they artificially put more importance on certain points, but they kind of do by the way it's scored, right? Because you play 4
Just
points in a
wide.
game, and then
Yes.
it's just that last one that counts.
Right.
Or those last two. But then you have like pickleball, which I guess I want to say stole it from ping pong, but maybe something else did it where you only get the point on your serve.
Right.
Which when you get down to, like, let's say it's 10-10, then it really does come down to who's serving, when,
Serve.
and all that. Is there one that you guys prefer?
Oh, wow. You mean scoring system?
Yeah, scoring system. I mean, I'm not talking about pickleball with the nonsensical 1-2-1, but I mean like only getting points on your serve
Nonsensical.
versus doing the game system like tennis and paddle.
I kind of like the equitable game system myself. I mean, because I think there's an advantage you have. On the other hand, depending on who you're playing against, wow.
Yeah,
Back to
some of
Deuce.
it is kind of interesting to see how different sports have adopted different stuff, right? Like volleyball is sort of the traditional one that I think of, where it's like you had to be serving in order to score a point, but then they went to rally scoring, which
Yep.
is basically like tennis, where like whoever wins the point wins the point.
Yeah.
And it seemed like a much more efficient. I don't know. I always enjoyed that aspect of racket sports in the idea that like if you make a mistake or miss a shot, the other person gets a point.
Yes.
Like that's not true in anything else. You know, if you miss a field goal, the other team doesn't get 3 points.
No.
You know, if you dribble down and miss a layup, it's not like the other team is awarded the 2 points
No, it's
that
a
you
good
missed.
point. No.
Right, you're
That's
playing
good
against the clock and
So-
something like that, where it's
Yeah.
that you needed to have scored there versus.
Yeah, so I always thought that was kind of a fun aspect that was, you know, made racket sports unique.
Yep.
That's a great point, because that does kind of bring pickleball closer to that when you're, in a sense, when you're giving up the serve, you're giving the possibility to score. So it's like half step, it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, which is part of why they have to keep the serve neutral. That's why pickleball is like changing the rules to keep really aggressive serving out of the sport, because it would become too dominant, because you would that's how you would only ability to score then.
Well, right, and I'm talking
So-
to Trey Scott, who's a professional pickleball player.
Right.
At one point, 60th in the nation out of like 104 ranked people. but he would tell me that like in all of these tournaments, even doubles, you ask anybody, like it's actually, you want to be returning. It's an advantage to
Yes,
be returning
usually,
pretty
yes.
significantly, because you don't have to wait for the next bounce.
Well,
That's
that's
another
the
good
thing
lead.
about that was one of the complaints that tennis
I
had
think that brings
overall.
it,
It does bring us to 5-1.
No,
5-1.
no,
I think-
no.
are you sure?
No, it brings us to add in.
Let's see if they won that one. All right. Anyway, but
But
there
just
was-
a quick update, not to derail us
Go ahead.
on the
No,
format
okay.
here, just because we're getting close. But so it looks like Winnetka is up 6-5, and that would make this set huge, because if they were to tie, right? If Winnetka, is able to pull out this set and then keep the third set close, even if they lose it, it would come down to total games
wow,
of all the matches combined. So
amazing.
But if Panic and Wotring win this set,
if they win this set in
pretty
2
much
sets,
over.
they
Winnetka
win
wins.
they win the
the
title.
whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah. Where were we going? Oh, yeah. All I was going to say was that was a common complaint at one point for the public about tennis right around Wimbledon. It was always, well, all we're seeing is these huge servers basically get off the court in, record time and just hit ace after ace after ace. And it's kind of quote unquote boring.
That was always, but also kind of interesting, because both players have the opportunity to do it.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, and
Yeah.
it would. I mean,
Yeah.
think about how tennis would change if you had to serve in order to win games.
No,
if you,
exactly.
only the server can
Yeah.
score points,
Yep.
and you just switched all the time, it would be so beneficial for the big servers that it would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, but
it's-
yeah, I mean, even like Andy Roddick, as incredible as his serve was, he didn't win that much,
Well,
relatively speaking.
Right,
Well,
Like, I
because-
mean, he's an incredible
I mean,
player.
he won a lot, but
Yeah.
you also that was kind of.
Well, he
it-
unfortunately had to play against
he
Roger
had to play against the
Federer.
best
Right.
players in the
and or
generation.
actually he did
lived.
pretty well against Novak. He was actually either 500 or might have had a winning record against Novak. But no, you're right.
Well, it was
absolutely.
funny because I do remember that being sort of the feedback from him as a player about from experts around him, is that like he probably would have had 8 titles.
Yes.
8 majors
Yeah,
if he
yeah.
wasn't
Yeah,
if he didn't
unfortunately,
run into
Roger, yeah.
Roger and
Yeah, exactly.
and then Nadal,
Yep,
to a
yep,
certain
yep,
extent. Is
Yeah, but I think it's a great equalizer in paddle where you only get one serve, so it really isn't as much, if not even any of a, or as much, if not all of an advantage to be able to serve. Now, granted, there are some players, and if you watch some of them on the tour, we're talking about the paddle tour now, like some guys like Tyler Frazier. There are guys that still hit offensive serves, and they kind of get a few, what you might call free points off of that by hitting a few nicks.
Well, we
and-
saw
and-
Vuk just earlier today.
Yeah, he
I
did.
mean,
Yeah,
serving-
absolutely, absolutely. So you can, but for the most part, what it is, it doesn't hurt you not to serve that way, and that's the kind of cool thing about paddle. And that's coming from a guy. I mean, my best shot was my serve in tennis. So I mean, when I came play paddle, I mean, in the words of the legendary icon Matt McBoogie, I said. I heard this. Take anything you do well in tennis and throw it in the garbage disposal, because it's not going to do you any good out here, which is exactly right.
nice return from Brian there.
It was.
Yeah, it's one of the most frustrating things about it. I mean, unless you happen to be that anomaly, of a tennis player where your best shot is your backhand volley. I mean, I don't know how many people are like that, where it's like, do you love your backhand volley? Is it like your favorite shot? Because that would be the thing that would immediately launch you into the highest levels of.
Yeah,
but otherwise, like, you love hitting a big first serve, that's not going to help.
Or your
good
lob,
dig
your
from Greg.
lob is
phenomenal. It's weird. Yeah, it's just such a bizarre element.
Yeah. But that's what makes it such a challenge. And
I have a huge forehand. Okay, but it's going to go right through the middle and come right back every time. Like, it's...
yeah, but that has to count for something. Not really.
Well, it's also so hard with tennis.
Great move right there from Wotring.
I'm sure this is also a thing in paddle, but like in tennis, shots are so much, like their effectiveness is so different with who and what level you're playing at.
Yep.
The lob might as well be, the greatest shot in history against people that aren't that fast or not running.
That's
but
true.
then pros, it's almost useless unless it's the last possible shot you can hit to buy yourself time.
Yeah.
So it's hard to craft a game around. It's just who you're playing win.
Oh yeah. I think the other thing is I don't think paddle, although paddle is not a completely young sport. I'm talking about platform tennis. It's young enough where I don't think they've done a lot. Even though there have been changes in the way the game is played, there isn't necessarily a lot in changes necessarily in the rules, a little bit. But the idea is that you could say that the game of tennis has changed because they changed the surface.
Sure.
They talk about that, where I remember Courier actually saying this, where he said at one point, hey, you know what? Somebody asked him, were you insulted when you won the French Open and you weren't the top seed at Wimbledon? And he said, absolutely not. I was not going to win Wimbledon back then the way the surface was now. He said, if I were playing today and I was number one, I would definitely be insulted if they didn't make me top seed because I could play on the grass the way it is now. Great shift. Wow. Nice shift on there, too.
Panic, yeah.
These guys are
good movement, yeah.
I know.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the evolution of platform tennis has definitely come with a combination of equipment changes and the level of talent that has come into the sport. I mean, but the ball's definitely different, than it was 10 years ago. And, the paddles are there's more engineering and R&D that has gone into everything. And
look at the Viking line.
I mean, there's legitimate effort happening in making improvements. It's not just...
Way to put that up there. That's right. Unleash the Warrior. I was waiting for. Are you going to sing that 80s tune there, Cal? I thought you were going to sing that one.
I don't know that one actually.
All right, that's I figured.
You know what?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't presume.
Well,
all right,
I guess
still
I'll take that
30
as
all, by the way.
30 all, 5-1.
I could sing you Shadows of the Night
in the second set.
That's all right.
Nothing like a little of Miss Benatar to take us out.
Little is right. That woman's like 4'8". But wow, can she sing? Unbelievable.
She was born in the city.
Oh my gosh. When did Pat Benatar get in the booth with us?
This is a great point.
Platform Files says there's some solid commentary going on right here, which is, I can only assume, an insult because
well, because that's because I'm here.
Myself
yeah, no, that one's on me. I'll take that one. The confidence wrecker.
The only thing that would make it better is if like Will Colmar was here to add some
drinking,
deep,
we're basically
tones, drinking, or tips, or
No, he's excellent on the mic.
Pretty much anything.
I don't know if I'm allowed to.
There's a lot of good commentators out there. Raleigh.
I mean, Mike Raleigh. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it's almost like we're having an episode of Paddle Hacks on here.
It's fine. I still own the IP.
Fair enough. I'm playing the theme every 5 minutes.
It's all good.
All right.
Important hold point here.
Yeah, a hold point to stay in it.
To negate the possible break of last time.
Nice return. Look at this move.
Oh
my gosh.
Come on.
Just when they felt like there was an opportunity
to
make something happen. Panic stepped up and
He
said,
hit,
no.
couldn't hit 2 more perfect shots right there.
Well, also shout out to, I think it was Jay just said, nice shot. Being down 5-1 in a set like
Yeah.
that and being able to compliment your opponent is very.
Yeah, that was a good play.
Well, look
I mean,
at it
it
this
was
way.
a great shot.
Look at it this way, Cal. If you're complimenting your opponent that way, you're basically complimenting yourself, because it must have taken a good shot for them to beat you. Look
Well,
at it that way.
You were
It's
able
nice
to beat
pace.
That was incredible.
Exactly. Almost a horseshoe there. I know.
A Budapest
No,
backswing.
Bucharest.
No, right. I'm making a new one. It's the
okay, sorry.
Hungarian version.
Oh, I see. I got you. All right, sorry.
Listen, it's a totally different peninsula.
Yeah. Wait. I think both of them are very inland.
What? You're not paying attention. Where did you learn
Oh, yeah, good
geography?
flex.
True.
Wow.
Nice.
Speaking of tennis, Brian Flack must be a pretty good tennis player. The way he hits the ball.
You just think strokes-wise,
Yeah,
you
just, I'm
kinda
just
see
saying he
the-
could probably
yeah.
be a pretty good tennis player. I'm not saying, I don't know for sure, but it just seems that way. He's got some lefty magic going, which is always a problem if you're out there. Just elfin magic.
You know, it's interesting how often other racket sports come up during our commentary. It was something one of my kids asked about.
Yeah.
Where they were like, you know, it seems like you guys end up talking paddle and then some tennis and then some other
Yeah,
stuff.
sure.
And I just, you know, I said to him, I was like, well, a big, nice shot, finding the nick. But a big part of it is when you start coming down to it, like, paddle isn't usually one of the racket sports where people got their start.
Yeah.
There's some now, you know, it's starting to happen. You're starting to have, you know, junior nationals is happening, and you
Yeah.
might have, you know, some people where that might have been their thing, but it just is so often that, yeah, that was
Wow,
tough.
that
He was
was
trying to let
good.
that go by, and it
Yeah.
kicked into the tip of his paddle.
Amazing.
But it's just so often that's just where, you know, people are kind of getting their start, and so it just becomes, you know, that people find paddle maybe a little bit later
Yeah.
in their racket
Is,
sports career, if that's what you want to say it. So it just is always relevant.
Oh, yeah, unquestionably.
Unquestionably.
And is this the first inaugural junior nationals, coach? I mean, have they had this before?
I think they've held junior nationals before, but I know that they've been making a more, you know,
Of an
a
effort
bigger
to-
push to
Sure.
make sure that the kids are well represented. I think
Here we go.
paddle's
Well,
always a tough one on
Whole
the.
point to stay in it here again.
Yep, let's go.
I think that's
Good
awesome.
patience. I think paddle is one of those, unfortunately, that sort of doesn't catch that like priority thing, because in the world of junior sports, you still have so much team
Oh yeah.
things going on. So you're
Oh, yeah.
competing with, you know, basketball and hockey and football
Sure.
and
Soccer.
I play this and I play that, and like, you know, then if I have time for paddle, I'll mix it in. You know, so I
Yep.
think all of us that are rackets pros,
Right.
that did not go over.
No.
So that is 5-2 right
Dude,
there,
Hanging on.
hanging alive.
Give it to him.
Yeah, so it just is one of those things that is just, you know, kids learn how to play it and they do it. It's just, unfortunately, not
Yeah.
that like top tier
No,
thing.
I could see sooner or later. I mean, there are a couple of sports, I mean, that have taken over too. Lacrosse being one of them.
Yep.
It's just gotten so huge, so there's a lot more options for kids. However, it seems to me that platform's getting big enough where sooner or later you'll see more and more and more junior. Matter of fact, it wouldn't surprise me to see a high school team or two.
It would shock me.
Would it?
Yeah.
You think so?
The expense of creating paddle courts compared to just paving over a parking lot for tennis courts.
I think right now it's more of a club activity in which kids from other schools could use,
Yeah.
you know, like a
Yeah. A club.
Park district, I guess.
to use either a
Or-
park district
yeah.
or a country club that sponsors a team.
Right.
There's a few
Well,
of
the
those.
yeah, I mean, the thing though is like,
Beautiful thing about the
even if
Scorpion
you're
Kings, they,
10 or 11, right? Like even at that age, like the paddle court is just more dangerous for a kid
You
running
know something?
around.
It is. It's funny you mention that because I've done plenty of teaching of juniors that way.
Junior
some of them,
paddle, yeah.
Yep. Some
Yeah.
of them are just parties, but sometimes we just use regular tennis balls
Right.
just to get the basic stroke and swing paths down. But you're right. That ball is hard.
Oh, I just mean the court too. You know, slipping.
I
and-
suppose, yeah.
It's great for the winter though,
I
especially in the
agree.
Midwest.
Nice peg.
Oh, nice
Hands,
volley.
I know.
Just a good flick on the drive.
No question.
All right, this is it. It's all coming down to this. Full season of paddle. I'm pretty sure the paddle season lasts 67 weeks. And all of these teams have played tons throughout the course of
Yeah.
the season.
We've had 4 or 5 retirements. during the
Series
season.
2 championship comes down to this match,
Yes.
which is also cool to see. You know, sometimes it sort of feels like there's a team that, you know, was in first place the whole time, and then the finals are kind of like one team, you know, sort of dismantling
Yes.
a whole bunch of. But this is about as close as you can get
Oh, no
here.
way.
Nice
There we
flip.
go. That's what I'm talking about. Like, just Fike has a tendency to be just kind of very flowing, just kind of improvisational, and that's
Yep.
usually kind of very
That's
tough
a-
to play against.
Great volley there
If you
from
are,
Panic. Couple in a row.
Yep. So Nick, he got it. Nice shot there, Jay. Those are tough. Little full pirouette.
Of everybody, one of my favorite things to watch is how relaxed Panic is on the court.
Yes.
Like when he's saying you, he's legitimately like shifting his weight and
Yeah.
you know, taking a step over. He engages when he needs to. It's
Right.
just like if Greg's going to be hitting the ball from behind him, he just sort of like takes his time to relax.
It's ironic given his name.
That's right.
All right,
Brian at the disco.
nice.
Oh,
Man,
I'm trying.
I bless
So-
the brains down in Africa. Yeah, brains doesn't really work.
Brian's.
Brian's. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
Nice lob.
Well, they clearly don't have planes to catch here, so yes, there we go.
Oh, they're in no rush.
No, gosh, no.
They expected to be on the court until at least 11:30.
Here's a question. Do
Sure.
you think the CPTC or any paddle organization, I guess APT, would ever consider to branch into like warmer summer markets, making different balls that you are forced to play with at different temperature windows?
Well, they do make a low compression ball.
Actually, yeah. They make a summer ball.
Yep.
And you know who has the largest summer league in the country is Cleveland.
Is that right?
Yeah, they have an incredible summer program out of Cleveland to the point where, I mean, they might have, in terms of off-season paddle, they might have like more consistent participation in the summer league than they do
Wow.
in the actual paddle season.
That's impressive.
But they've
Okay.
been running that out there for a long time, and it's been awesome.
Do they use the low compression ball, Coach?
They give people the option. They don't use it all the time. Sometimes it's a
Gotcha.
little weird, and it can be a little. I think some people say it's a little firm.
Yeah.
Because it's designed to be a little harder
Not
and simulate.
quite as much in
but
warm weather. Yeah.
you do have a point where you like lose a bunch of balls. What
Yeah,
a dig,
I
Jay!
know.
Come
Look
on.
at that. Still got the speed.
Gosh,
Oh.
great point. Great point.
Incredible. He's that. You know what? Sneaky fast is Waldenberg. Like, and again, it's not just the speed; it's the reaction time. He just reads it so well.
Yeah. Yeah, but Leah Morris and Brent Luce have been running that summer league out in Cleveland for a long time, and it's incredibly successful.
But I guess could that be a lack of investment in the technology? Because I'm sure they could make a ball that, is closer to a winter.
Well,
Yeah, maybe,
Right.
but I think part of it is just that it is such a seasonal sport. I mean, you're playing on a metal deck, and it just seems like because it's so connected to the country club market as well, that it's like if people aren't playing paddle, then they're golfing, and it just, it's getting more it's still happening year round, but I mean, even with all the clubs I've been at, you're given very few paddle lessons in July.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I kind of forgot about just how
Although
terrible the
they
ovens
do-
are.
To take a page out of Cal's book, you know what they say? You actually do practice and improves your game in the summer, so you can play better paddle in the winter.
Oh, yeah.
The ball, because it bounces so much, if you're able to actually play pretty well with that kind of ball, with that kind of bounce, actually when you get to playing, winter paddle. Yeah, we're all with him there.
Oh, we feel that.
The lamentation, yes.
Woshing kind of shoveling that ball a little bit past the baseline. We get it. Yeah, it's funny because I used to say that to all of my students is that, like, you have to remember that really good improvements are actually going to happen in some kind of off season. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's going to go into a competitive match and be like, now, I mean,
I'm
the
working on
rare
something.
person who is going to be incredible will work on stuff while they're competing, but that's not the norm.
No.
And, I used to feel like that a lot. And then I realized that the paddle season is so long that, like, you do kind of get better just from playing a lot.
Yep.
Which I never felt that way, in tennis, summer tennis being, kind of an example of, like, it's such a fast, short thing that people would
Around
come out
here
and
it
take
is,
a
yeah.
couple lessons, and then it would last 6 weeks, and then the summer season would be over. They'd be like, I didn't feel like I got any better. And I'm like, well, I mean, like, I don't know. 12 hours of practice really doesn't get the job done in terms of making big improvements.
No, you just pretty much going Memorial Day to Labor Day, and then the summer's over. Although we have pretty good weather in September, but it's still kind of a much shorter season. So again, another grind rally. Oh boy!
If you're turning away and from that take, just say you. Like on that one, you walk like the other way.
Now we're picking up some. Maybe it was just the ambient noise around there, out where the crowd was.
Walk away, so just say you. It's okay.
You were going for it, that's why I turned away.
Yeah, but so I didn't. By the way, I didn't touch the shotgun mic. We're just picking up more chatter now, which is kind of interesting. It's almost like we mic'd the players.
Well, I told those
It's like
guys
Hard
that if
Knocks.
they, if they
Those
really
shots.
wanted to,
Yeah.
if they really wanted to make a name for themselves on the live stream, they would talk into the, shotgun mic, if possible.
Yeah, I'll have a Whopper and some onion rings.
All right, so starting to see here a little bit of just sort of the nature of the sport, where I think that Jay and Brian are willing to just throw up lobs and
Yep.
wait for there to be some kind of,
Yep.
error in it.
Somebody to do something wacky.
I'm glad that when they started this set over here, it was only 2-1, because if they had switched it like, 4-0, and then something happens in this
Yeah.
set, they would have been like, why'd you make us move courts? Not really. These are all good guys, but
They are.
it's good movement
there,
right
he's
there from
there.
Wotring up at the net, just doing his job, cutting shots off, and then taking his new position. Actually, that's one of the toughest things to teach, positioning-wise, at
Sure.
the net, is that people don't realize that if you move over to cut off a shot or hit a volley or hit a, do something specific, you might be in a new position now, and you shouldn't run back to where you were at. You don't have to be like, that was my side, I was over here. Go back to your spot. It's sort of a dynamic, kind of fluid
Sure.
piece of movement.
Yeah, if you're not used to that kind of fluid movement,
Nice
by the way.
flex right there. Little half volley flick from Wotring.
Whoops. Just making sure everyone's still paying attention.
And we are. No, it's just
No,
long.
just long.
Just hit that from a little bit too low.
This is one of those matches where it's just hard to root for either team.
This is
Cal.
the league finals.
You just gotta you just want more paddle because it's almost over. You know, you're not
like
rooting for either team. You just want more. You know, it really is.
Trying to spin Jay around in the corner a little bit.
Yeah. Just scooping it up. It's in
Oh,
there.
wow. What a dig.
Unreal.
Oh, and
Whoa.
Panic comes up with that shot. Go. Oh, he was trying to let it go.
Oh,
Didn't
there
happen.
we
All
go.
right,
Wow.
so that was our match point there.
Oops.
And they are going to take it. Congratulations to Glenbrook Club for their victory here
Yep.
tonight in the Series 2 League Finals. What a great finish to the season. Glenview Club hosts, as always. It was awesome to be here. Congratulations
Such a great
to
job,
all
yeah.
these guys. Yeah, that
Look
was
at
a
these. There we go, yeah.
hard-fought season. From us here at the CPTC live stream, thank you for joining us and tuning
Yes.
in this season. Don't forget to tune into Nationals
Yeah,
tomorrow through Sunday. And then we will see you in a few weeks
exactly.
for the league team nationals at Exmoor.
Yeah, thank you, Coach. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Cal, and thank Viking.
Hey, good
Illinois
season, you
Board
guys.
enjoyed and
Good
Wintrust.
season, you
What a
guys.
pleasure
I
it
wouldn't
was.
want to be in the booth with two lesser handsome men, or it would really be a downer for me to
lesser
show up
men?
every week. Yeah, so that's just.
I don't know. I can't
You're
even
so
process
kind.
what you just said, so I don't know if it made sense or not.
Neither can any of the
It made
viewers, so
sense.
it's
It
totally
made
fine.
sense to me,
All
which
right,
is
well.
not an endorsement.
This is like one of those things. Sean learned the word endorsement 3 days ago and has said it 100 times. If you tallied every other stream we had, he probably said it 3 times. But in the last 2 days, it's been. I mean, it's just
Pretty
yeah.
incredible. All right, well, thanks for hanging out with us.
it's been
Chat,
quite
thanks
the
for
ride.
engaging
sad you're
and
keeping track,
hanging
okay.
out as well. To everybody
Yeah,
watching
absolutely.
and chatting, always fun. You just got credit for all the jokes from 31 Sword and Graham McNerney tuning in. Hey, great line from Cal there.
G-Mac.
All right, you guys, everybody have a good one and
Yes.
enjoy Nationals. We'll see